Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Thank you for joining us. You have tuned in to the O2 Drop Invitational. My name is Joel Walraven, and I am joined by the epic purple guy, Christopher Marr. How are you, Chris?
I'm excited. I'm very excited to be here.
We are in the wonderful room that is the recording room of the Establishing Pod, the podcast done by Good Games Morley. We are here in Good Games North, so shout out to them for supporting the O2 Drop for running this event. I'm very excited for what we're bringing here today.
We are so excited. We're not even wearing pants. That's how excited we are.
Hence the camera where it is currently. We have 9 of Perth's best players vying it out for $350 worth of prizes.
This is the most prestigious, important, high-stakes Pokemon tournament of the whole season in the whole world.
Not even, I mean, Perth had nothing this year, but it's big for Perth, it's big for the world.
It's huge. It's exclusive as well. Only 9 players. We originally had 10.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, shout out to Brendan Ropes, who was unfortunately too unwell to attend. But
It was, yes.
it does mean we have narrowed the field down to 9 of the best players that WA, the state of Western Australia, has to bring.
Should we dive into who we have competing today, Chris?
We should, because it
Okay.
is a who's who.
It is a who's who of Pokemon in Perth. On screen, you'll see the 9 players that we have here. So 7 players who have qualified through competing in cups and challenges in Perth this season.
Sadly, I was not one of them. I was close. I was 13th seed.
So close. You will see, looking at this list, that there are 3 O2 Drop panelists part of this tournament today. Highest seed is Kiran Singh, who has brought a pay-to-win Big Six by the looks of it.
Yeah, he's really phoned it in with the team creation here for this event. That's fine. He's looking. It's a tried and true sort of team.
It is.
He's looking to win. This, as I said, this is a very high stakes, prestigious event. He wants to win. He's come to win.
He has. And then if we go down the list, we see, surprisingly, Mark the Meat Murray in 9th seed, bringing the Star Fox.
Yes, if you listen to the O2 Drop podcast this week, you would have heard Mark really talking up the Star Fox and how much he believes in it. I'm glad he's brought it. He can put his money where his mouth is. Look, we've obviously had the best panelists doing the casting, and then we've got the rest of the panelists competing.
Yeah, and we have a special invite for Alistair Sandover. Alistair, 3-time Perth regional champion. Special invite based on previous performance in tournaments.
The legacy invite.
The legacy invite, absolutely. Yes. We see Alistair is bringing a Floette team. That looks like it's potentially a single mega team by Alistair.
Yeah, which we discussed again this week on the podcast. That is actually the minority of teams out there. You know, it's double mega for the most part. And I think that's what most of our competitors have brought today. But Alistair and Kieran are not the only regional champions in our lineup today. We have 2018 Perth regional champion Ben O'Neill.
We do. In 2nd seed, Ben attended a majority of the events in Perth this season, securing himself the 2nd seed. And he has brought a very interesting team compared to the rest around him.
See, Ben has his favourites because Ben and I competing go way back, and he's very much a Arcanine, Garchomp, Metagross kind of 2017, 2018 format kind of guy. And you can see that he's brought all those Pokemon. I'm really excited to see a Hydreigon there. His team, is that a Meowstic?
That is a Meowstic. I believe I've seen him play Mega Meowstic previously, Chris.
Oh, okay. Hopefully Ben does well and get him on stream, because that team looks very interesting.
It looks like a great team to see on stream. And of course, we do have the Las Vegas 2026 Seniors Regional Champion Takumi Matsu with a special invite this season. Takumi, unfortunately, because he's a senior, unable to earn an invite for the O2 Drop Invitational. So we've given him a special invite, and it looks like he's brought the identical team to his coach, Alistair.
Yeah, look, Takumi has more than earned his place here at the O2 Drop Invitational. That kid has, despite only being 12 years old, he has more international and regional championship top cuts than you and I have had girlfriends in our lives, Joel.
Well, I've had 3.
Exactly. And I've had zero. But he's like, what, a 2-time international championship runner-up?
Yes. Yep, been to the final match of 2 ICs. Decided that he was, Australia was too easy. Went all the way to the US to win Las Vegas. A storied career for such a young person.
Yeah. It is honestly a stacked lineup. I think we've got 7 regional championships in our lineup so far. Alistair 3-time, Kieran Melbourne Regional Champion 2024, and this year was the runner-up in Melbourne. So he's one to watch as well. And who else we got? Top seed player?
Top seed, Timothy Nurse. I quite like this team that Timothy has been working on. It is, of course, the triple setup team with a Sword Stance King Gambit, a Shell Smash Blastoise, and a Nasty Plot Delphox.
What's he going to lead? What's going to set up? I don't know the move spreads, but I mean, you could still bring Blastoise. Has it got Fake Out? That could be the support one, and something else could be setting up. You just don't know with that team. You've got Redirection with Sinister. You got Fake Out support with Incineroar and Sneasler. It is a very, very dangerous team.
It is. I'm very excited by the range of teams that we have here today. I believe we're just getting our first round sorted, but shall we jump in to what the first match is going to be, Chris?
Well, it is going to be... Look, these 2 players go way back. They are good friends. They've played each other probably 1,000 times here in locals. And they've both brought pretty interesting teams. We've got Mark, the Meat Murray, versus Jared Clappin. And as I said, they know each other very, very well. Mark's brought his beloved Star Fox team. Jared has cooked up something Jared-esque, I would say.
Yes, absolutely.
He is very creative with his team building. You just never know what you're going to get when you play Jared in the local scene. So he's got Blastoise, Charizard, Farigiraf, Sylveon, Basculege, and Whimsicott. Now, that doesn't sound like anything too unique as far as Pokemon choices go, but knowing Jared Clappin the way I do,
yes,
they will not have standard movesets or standard items. There will be something spicy in his kitchen today.
There will, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised. We don't have the exact team list up with us. It is an Armatail for Farigiraf, as I've just seen, so it's not something crazy like Sapsipper.
It's not some spicy Sapsipper stuff today, unfortunately. But then what do you... With no Amoonguss in the format, you don't really need the Sapsipper.
No, you don't. And then, of course, Mark, Staraptor, we've discussed already. Delphox and Staraptor with Basculege and Kingambit, Whimsicott, and Garchomp. So Mark supporting those 2 mega Pokemon with Pokemon that would be considered some of the best in the regulation that we have. Basculege and Kingambit completely and utterly dominant.
Yes, I mean, Basculege is just a crazy good mon, and so that's why... we go straight to the action.
We are into the action here, so... Let us check out the leads. It looks like Mark has led Sweetie Fox and Collie Power.
I do like a good nickname.
We do like... And Nutcracker the... Is that the Blastoise? It is. Nutcracker the Blastoise.
And Hermes.
Oh.
A forfeit round 1. I'm sure it's maybe Mark selected the wrong box or something.
Potentially the wrong box. Yeah, so we're going to get reset on that one by the looks of things. We just had our runner tell us that something went wrong there, but that's okay. We're going to wait for our competitors.
See, I told you a Jared game would be interesting and spicy. I wasn't wrong.
No, not at all.
So that's the thing. We're talking about Basculation before we switch to the live action, but Basculation is such a good Pokemon. It's like, we see a Blastoise on Jared's team and a Basculation. So there's a double water type attacking mon there, but it's like when you've got a Pokemon as good as Basculation in the format, do you really need to bring like a water type mega? So it's interesting to see what Jared's cooking up here.
It is. So I think we are getting ready. So let's jump into the screen here, and we can see that we look to be loaded with the correct teams at least. So
that's a good start.
It's a good start compared to what we've just had. So Mark, of course, both players here have the ability to get a very good position based on lead. Of course, Jared with the Mega Charizard can get an absolutely astonishing lead against several of the players here. And Mark, Mr. Comrade Clown, can as well.
Yes, so we've got a bit more information about the teams now. I can confirm that Mark's team has a Focus Sash Whimsicott, a Life Orb Garchomp, a Choice Scarf Basculesian, Black Glasses King Gambit, a Mega Delphox, and a Mega Staraptor. Not too many surprises there. It is a Brave Bird Roost Staraptor, not to be confused with the other sort of dual wing beat Tailwind Staraptor. And yes, I do believe that, I think it was, I want to check, but I think it was Tickle on the Whimsicott for Mark as well.
Yeah, so
yes, he does love his Tickle tech.
Mark has said Tickle is great for both leading Staraptor and for dropping the attack of opposing
because he has a
physical attackers.
Yeah, he has a Garchomp and a Basculesian as well. So it's both an offensive and defensive strategy for Tickle. Because he can self-target his contrary Staraptor. Okay, so we've got Big Boss and Masculesian versus the Throat Goat and Nutcracker.
A very interesting start by Comrade Clown here, Mr. Mark Murray. Obviously looking to take away some fake-out pressure that the Blastoise could bring on this turn one.
Yes. So, we know that the Frigoraph will be very defensively invested. It's most likely going to easily eat a Wave Crash from Basculesian, even with any sort of damage modifiers. And it's immune to the ghost attacks, obviously, of Basculesian. So, I don't. The item for Jared's Frigoraph is a Colbur Berry. So any dark type attack that Mark throws into it is going to be neutral damage, not super effective. So that will not die to a Kowtow Cleave this turn.
And we do see the Mega Evolution on the Blastoise from Jared straight away, faking out into the one target that it can, and Wave Crush dealing roughly a third damage to the Blastoise there.
It is an interesting. Did Mark think that the Blastoise was switching out? Interesting. Maybe he just wants a chip before a water spout goes off.
And of course, for those of you that have played Champions before, a Blastoise Frigoraph lead is incredible at getting Trick Room up, which Jared has achieved here. Of course, Mark has done his best to reduce potential water spout damage from that Blastoise, but it will still be doing
Blastoise things.
Still be doing Blastoise things at 100 base power.
Yeah, so obviously in the Trick Room mode, Jared doesn't want to do a Shell Smash because you don't want to increase your Blastoise speed. You want to go last, or you want to go first in Trick Room, I should say. You want to be slow. What are your thoughts on Shiny Blastoise, Joel? The green and purple aesthetic.
I think it's okay.
Yeah, not bad.
A very, very slow Blastoise targeting down that King Gambit and taking it all the way down to its Focus Sash.
Yeah, the Blastoise, we can confirm, is a quiet nature, so it is probably minimum speed Blastoise.
And that Throat Goat on Jared's side. The Frigoraph, of course, chomping down its berry and taking half damage. And we see Basculesian going into the Blastoise again, taking it down to roughly a third of its HP remaining.
Yep. Oh, the side tech Roar. So bringing in maybe another Trick Room attacker, something. A
Whimsicott. Interesting.
That Whimsicott is Focus Sash, Tailwind, Moonblast, Helping Hand, Encore. No, that's Mark's, sorry. No, that was correct. What I said was correct. That is, they're both running Whimsicott, so making sure I get the right Whimsicott, but they're both running very similar Whimsicott sets.
A very interesting play by Jared on that turn to bring in another support Pokemon. I'm not sure what the thought process is here.
I don't know. There's got to be a method to his madness. Let's see what he's got in store for us.
Of course, King Gambit sitting on its 1 HP remaining thanks to its Focus Sash. So it is quite threatened. It is Black Glasses.
It was just a lucky 1 HP survival. It was not a Focus Sash on that King Gambit.
Rain Dance from the Frigoraph this turn from Jared.
So what was Whimsicott? What is he up to?
Only Jared knows.
Only Jared knows. That Frigoraph has got one attacking move, that is Psychic, which is going to do nothing to King Gambit. There we go. The Moonblast gets rid of the King Gambit.
And that Whimsicott moving before Basculesian.
Yep.
Basculesian on Mark's side is a Choice Scarf, so that's not as surprising as I thought it was. The attack targeted down on the Frugaraf, taking Frugaraf out of the game. So we have our first knockout of the game.
Maybe this is strategic now because now he can bring in Blastoise in rain. Trick Room is still up. We know that Blastoise is going to move first under Trick Room.
We do. So he's given Blastoise another turn of survival by getting rid of the one of the potentially strongest attacks available, which is that Kowtow Cleave out of the King Gambit.
Well, and also, I mean, with the King Gambit gone, there's none of that, Sucker Punch threat potentially that would, make up for the Trick Room speed control that Jared has set up.
Yeah, very interesting series of turns here by both players.
In comes Cauliflower to match the Whimsicott strategy. And as suspected, Blastoise is coming in rain. It has still... it's got 37% of its health left, okay? So it's not going to be doing massively powered high water spouts, but it does have Hydro Cannon.
It does. And a Dark Pulse, which is still fully charged. So we do see the retreat from Jared into his own Basculegion.
Interesting.
Jared's Basculegion here, Life Orb.
Jared's actually playing this very well.
He is, and we see another knockout.
We know that Mark is most likely got one of his two Megas in the back, Mega Delphox or Mega Staraptor, and I don't think either of those Pokemon like going into Basculegion and Mega Blastoise in rain with Trick Room up.
No, and we do see that Mark has brought his water-weak, dark-weak Delphox into this match.
Yes, he has. And it is worth noting that Basculegion does have Aqua Jet, it does have Life Orb, it does have adaptability. So even if you could stall out Trick Room here...
Aqua Jet threats.
Aqua Jet will do. And Delphox is not particularly physically defensive. It's quite frail on the defensive side. I don't imagine it will live an Aqua Jet at all from Basculegion.
And I think it was a very smart play by Jared in the previous turn to use Dark Pulse, so that if Mark chooses to go for Encore here, he's encored into his preferred move.
Yep.
And that big Aqua Jet on a resisted hit, still doing 40% to the opposing Whimsicott.
Little Life Orb chip though, could come in handy for Mark.
And we do see that Tickle come into play, dropping the attack and defense.
Yeah, as I said, that Tickle can be defensive or offensive depending on how Mark wants to use it. And Trick Room is over, so now we know that the Delphox will move first because there's no Swift Swim on Basculegion, there's no Choice Scarf on Basculegion, it is Life Orb adaptability. So Delphox and Whimsicott will outspeed both Pokemon here, but don't forget about Aqua Jet.
Yeah, we know that Mark does not even need to click Tailwind on his Whimsicott here. He can just attack with two Pokemon quite confidently.
Yes, but can Delphox KO these other two Pokemon?
You would have to say Blastoise is pretty much gone if it stays in on this turn, but yeah, can this combination of two Pokemon take out the Basculegion on Jared's side of the field?
Well, Jared choosing to be cautious about this brings in the Whimsicott. Maybe he wants to set up his own Tailwind. Who knows?
Potentially. And we do see the Mega on the Delphox on Mark's side of the field now. What a great shiny.
Great shiny Delphox. We did have in our subscriber-only bottom cut episode, we did vote on the best Mega Pokemon of all time. Mega Delphox, spoiler alert, was in our top 3.
So, that, you have to say, is a very tough position for Jared to be in now.
Yep.
A double KO on this turn for Mark, taking Jared down to his final remaining Pokemon, a Life Orb Basculegion.
I honestly wonder whether Jared overthought this. I don't know if he really needed to switch in the Whimsicott when he did.
No, it had the potential to put out a lot of damage there.
Because the Delphox had already protected the previous turn, so it was open for an attack that turn.
And the Tickle coming out from Whimsicott again, going to effectively neuter.
Did he think... I think it'd be interesting to someone, one of our... someone watching the stream could do the damage calc, but whether or not a -1 from Tickle, Basculegion, Life Orb, Adaptability, Aqua Jet in Rain would still have killed the Delphox, knocked out the Delphox, even with the -1 attack.
Yeah, an interesting position, of course, that Jared put himself in with that retreat. A turn where he could not do anything effectively.
Yeah. Mark's just really punishing this poor Basculegion. There we go. So we know that a -2 Aquajet without rain still did 60% roughly, 56%. Well,
Important knowledge for Jared going into the next game, I believe.
I mean, I think I still would have rolled the dice and gone with the Aquajet at -1 in rain.
No, very interesting position that Jared put himself into, and I don't think he navigated it quite well, but he did get some useful information on the damage that his Aquajet is doing to Delphox. -2 without rain, 56% damage. You could say in the previous turn he was quite free to click Aquajet and most likely would have picked up that knockout at -1.
With the 50% boost in rain, and it was only the only -1 at that stage. I think that we're not out there under the pressure of being on stream at the most prestigious tournament in the world for Pokemon, but I think he overthought it a little bit.
I do as well. How do you think our players here are going to adapt for game 2 here? Mark is potentially pretty comfortable. Of course, Psyshock on Delphox hitting into the defensive stat of the opposing Pokemon with a Whimsicott that can click Tickle. We know how slow Jared's team is now, and it is very slow.
Looking at Mark's team, does he have the ability to stop Trick Room going up? That would be, because he still won, even though Trick Room went up. He managed to stall it out and win in the end game. But does he want to try and avoid Trick Room going up? Does he think that Jared's going to pivot and not lead a Trick Room lead? Potentially, Jared does have a Charizard there. Perhaps he goes for a Tailwind mode. So Jared could be, maybe Jared's suckered Mark into thinking that he's going to go Trick Room mode again, because it did work for him well. That end game was a bit messy, but I think Jared could have won that first game.
He could have, absolutely, if he stayed in there. I have to say, looking at Mark's team, I'm not sure if he has the nuke that he needs to stop Trick Room going up turn 1.
Perhaps like a Kowtow Cleave plus Wave Crash into Farigiraf would be enough, but I don't know.
So here we see an adaptation from Jared, opting for Charizard on this turn.
There we go. Jared's changed it up a bit.
And Mark going, of course, for Staraptor on this turn. Staraptor and King Gambit.
I think this is a very good lead for Jared against Mark's lead because, I don't know how bulky the Charizard is. It is a modest nature, that's all we know. But I don't think that a Staraptor can one-shot a Charizard Y in this scenario. So, and both of Mark's Pokemon are quite vulnerable to a Heat Wave here.
They are indeed. So a better lead here by Jared, I believe, but potentially passive. That Whimsicott wants to look to put up a Tailwind here, you'd have to believe.
Well, yeah, because we know that Charizard, even if it Megas, still has base 100 speed. Therefore, we know that the Staraptor will outspeed unless Jared sets Tailwind.
We do see the Mega Staraptor coming out on Mark's side of the field. Of course, bringing that contrary move, ability, apologies.
A very, very good ability when it's on the right Pokemon. Poor Malamar.
Yeah. And of course, the Mega Charizard Y on Jared's side of the field. Potentially looking to spread some big damage.
Yeah, which, as expected, we see the Tailwind go off from Whimsicott, and I expect a Heat Wave here.
The big sucker punch.
Yeah. So if Staraptor lives this move, which it does, I expect that we will see an attack, probably a Brave Bird from Mark's Staraptor going to Charizard here, and they trade Pokemon turn 1. A close combat. Okay.
Close combat.
Getting that +1 defense, +1 special defense. However, I think I'd rather get Charizard off the board.
Yeah, I mean, a better position for Mark here. We know his Staraptor has Roost. He has the potential, but he hasn't brought any speed control here.
We also have to remember that Whimsicott has Moonblast, and that is, even at a Pokemon like Whimsicott with not much special attack, it is still a strong base, 95 base special attack. Going into a super effective target. It is +1 special defense now, but it will still do a massive chunk to Staraptor, which is only on 35% HP.
It is. Now, of course, Jared has the Tailwind up on his side of the field, and Mark is just at base speed, so both of his Pokemon will be moving second.
Well, I think that you'll find that a Basculesian Aqua Jet will still pick up the KO on Charizard here.
A very good point, Chris, of course.
Even in Sun, it is still strong enough. Basculesian is just doing those things. Those Basculesian things. There we see it. Aqua Jet in Sun. Super effective hit.
Yeah, even at half damage, picking up that last little bit on the Charizard.
This is going to be enough at +1 special defense.
Oh, and gets the knockout. So the players here trading 1 for 1.
Trading their Megas.
So Mega's off the field now.
The Queens have fallen on the chessboard.
So what is the final piece that Mark has brought to this game 2? A very commanding position here for Jared, and Mark's Garchomp now locked in to Aqua Jet thanks to its choice scar.
I mean, if we keep going with the chess analogy, I'd put Basculesian as more of a knight and Whimsicott as a pawn, but we just saw a pawn take down a queen with that Moonblast. So Blastoise doesn't really want to be in Sun right now.
No, but of course, it can just click Dark Pulse and do significant damage. Well, apologies. It's not Mega Launcher.
Jared has won by forfeit. Mark has forfeited. Interesting.
So we see the conclusion to that game there. Mark deciding not to continue.
We're going to game 3.
Not to give any more information away to his opponent.
Yeah, well, he's obviously didn't think he had a way of dealing with that Blastoise, that Mega Blastoise with Dark Pulse.
Yes.
And Jared had the speed control because even though Blastoise likes Trick Room mode and it is a min speed Blastoise with Quiet Nature, Tailwind was up.
Yeah. So potentially moving before that Garchomp. Definitely not moving before the Aqua Jet Basculesian, but of course Aqua Jet doing not much damage into those pair that
Blastoise
were there.
is a very...
Sun was still active.
Yep, and Blastoise is a very thick Pokemon, very defensive, very thick, a lot of HP. So game 3, will Jared go with his winning strategy of leading the Tailwind Charizard mode, or will he try and do a little bit of reverse psychology and pivot back to Trick Room?
I mean, we will find out very shortly, but you'd have to believe that going fast is potentially a better strategy for Jared here. Of course, Mark known for his hyper offense play. Will that stack up? Well,
we know that that after Heat Wave, the Mega Staraptor will be susceptible to a Moonblast from Whimsicott, so maybe instead of going for the close combat +1/+1 defense boost, maybe he just Brave Birds into Charizard this time and gets that off the board quicker.
And we do see that both players have decided to go for similar leads to what we saw in game 1. Jared opting for Whimsicott and Charizard, but Mark has changed his own Mega for Basculesian on the lead here.
Yeah, so again, Jared's going with what won him game 2. We've got Whimsicott, Charizard, Y, and, you know, even with the Sun up, that Basculesian will threaten to do a lot of damage to Charizard. However, maybe Whimsicott goes for a tickle here into Basculesian to protect the Charizard from taking too much damage, get the Heat Wave off, you know, take that King Gambit down to, I imagine, would be... It's not a Focus Sash King Gambit, so probably would drop to a Heat Wave.
And we do see a switch here. Jared opting to retreat his Whimsicott, bringing in Blastoise and protecting with Charizard.
Interesting.
And we do see an Aqua Jet lock-in for the Basculesian and a Sucker Punch, failing, of course, on a switch Pokemon and a Protect. So a neutral turn 1 there, but we do now know the Basculesian on Mark's side is locked into Aqua Jet.
Yep.
And we honestly don't know what Mega Jared is going to go for here.
Yeah, Jared's done a bit of repositioning. Let's just get a minute to admire that amazing shiny Charizard. Like a black shiny, just so aesthetically pleasing to look at.
It is. One of the better shinies in the game, but an interesting position that Jared has put himself into here. Not sure what Mega he wants to go for. He's given himself the option to go for Mega Blastoise and Mega Charizard here.
Well, Blastoise is fresh to the field. Fake Out is active. It is live. He could just threaten Fake Out with Blastoise and just click and move with Charizard and get some damage on the board.
And it does look like he has opted for the Charizard Mega on this turn, turning the Sunlight Harsh, and the one Pokemon that can be faked out on this turn, protecting.
Yeah, and that was a clever Mark read it. That Fake Out was coming. He picks the correct Mega. Oof. That's
so we could
26%.
see 26% damage to the Charizard. We saw on the previous game, apologies, that Sucker Punch was doing just under half. So a combination where Jared's Charizard is threatened
double priority
to be knocked out on this turn.
So what does, I mean, Jared could see that coming. He could switch the Charizard out. He could protect the Charizard. See if, maybe he threatens a Dark Pulse into the Basculegion just to get some damage on the board on the Basculegion.
Yeah.
But he is in a tough position because, as you said, we do know that, well, Mark doesn't even go for the Aqua Jet Sucker Punch combo. Brings in his own Whimsicott. Charizard wisely protects. I think that was a good protect.
And the Sucker Punch again targeting down the Charizard.
Yeah.
Mark wants that Charizard gone, and he does not want to bring out his own Mega to deal with it.
Yeah. So that Dark Pulse is not stab, so not same type attack bonus because Blastoise is pure water typing, and it has not got the Mega ability of Mega Launcher to power up that Dark Pulse. So that's going into resisted Fairy type Whimsicott, only 19% damage. But I will say that still does more than what I expected. 19% on a resisted hit is still pretty good.
It is. Now we do see a switch again from Jared, bringing back out his own Whimsicott.
Encore into protect. I think Mark planned that all along.
A position that Mark often puts himself into. Of course, Charizard not getting that second protect, and a big Iron Head going into the Charizard on this
that
turn.
could have been an opportunity to get rid of that Whimsicott. That would have been some significant damage, but maybe Mark is trying to get that Charizard into Sucker Punch range, so just chipping away at it. It's down to 49%. We do know that Sucker Punch did 50% was in game one?
Yeah, just under 50% with the Sucker Punch.
Okay, so it could be a damage roll.
It could be, but you got to believe Jared wants to get that Charizard out of there now. What Pokemon would he bring into the back? It's decision time for Mark here. These players playing this game a lot more balanced than they have previously.
I don't think either player has clicked Tailwind yet either, that I'm aware of, and they've both had Whimsicott on the field at various points. Just choosing to go for support moves with like Encore and instead. And
so we do see Blastoise return to the field.
There we go. We have a Tailwind.
Tailwind on Jared's side of the field.
Whereas Mark's Cauliflower Whimsicott, the non-shiny version, choosing just to go with some damage output, break that Focus Sash.
Big damage into that opposing Whimsicott, and now it is gone from the field.
Yes, but it did what it had to do. It got Tailwind up. And now Mark really has to match that or, choose to go second. But as we know, he has got Sucker Punch. Did Jared bring Farigiraf? We know he's got Charizard in the back. We haven't seen the fourth Pokemon yet.
No, we haven't from Jared's side of the field. Sunlight still would have several turns, maybe a turn left here, so potentially not an opportune...
I think it's got 2 turns.
Yeah, not a moment you think that Jared would want to return that Charizard to the field. You want to maximize your Sun turns.
Yes, yeah.
And the current board state doesn't allow him to do that.
I think we will see Jared's fourth Pokemon, and if he does bring Farigiraf, that will be, that will protect Charizard from Sucker Punch, but no, he chooses to bring back Charizard, not stall out the Sun turns.
Yeah, so obviously Jared wanting to put some damage down now is unfortunately in a position where he has to start making some moves.
Well, I think the play here potentially could be you could tickle the Charizard and guarantee the Sucker Punch. Oh, Fake Out and King Gambit.
And the Tailwind, so an offset Tailwind for Mark here.
Yep.
An ideal
Mark
situation.
An extra turn of Tailwind. Oh, and it hits. This could be a double KO.
It is. Double knockout from Jared.
I mean, we've all been victim to a Heat Wave miss before, but when Jared needed it most, that Heat Wave got the double connect.
Yeah. Some mind games going on from there. Obviously, the Fake Out, a very risky move to make with Whimsicott, with Encore in front of you.
Yeah.
But Jared playing to his outs, faking out the Pokemon that had the potential to protect but did not, and now we see finally Mark has brought Delphox to this match.
The sun has ended. Aqua Jet will pick up a KO on Charizard here. The question is Farigiraf in the back? If you can switch in that, switch this Blastoise out, get Farigiraf in, protect from that Aqua Jet.
Well, Aqua Jet isn't even needed here, of course, because both players have Tailwind. It's effectively a neutral playing field.
True, but
and the Basculegion is, of course, Choice Scarf.
Oh, true. I forget that Mark is running the Choice Scarf Basculation. He doesn't even need to click a priority move here. Doesn't even need to take the risk. And Delphox is the fastest thing on the field as well.
It is.
I do believe it outspeeds a Choice Basculation. We're about to find out, I think.
And
No,
the
the
last
Choice Scarf.
respects,
Oof, that does a lot of damage.
not quite picking out.
88%. And we're going, oh, greedy from Mark Murray. But it could pay off. A nasty play. He does love a sneaky nasty plot.
Blast Burn
Yes.
from Jared Clappin, getting rid of his fire typing.
That is, Blast Burn is one of the starter only, like Hydro Cannon, Frenzy Plant, and it doesn't get rid of his typing. It just is a starter only attack.
What a turn from Jared there. A very interesting position he's put himself in. A 3-1 Pokemon lead, however.
We have a +2 Heat Wave. It's enough to obviously the Blastoise Nutcracker was only on a small amount of HP, so that goes down. But the Charizard hangs in there, and it has to recharge because Blast Burn is a Hyper Beam Fire type move. Risky. I mean, you'd rather run Flamethrower, surely. But Jared, I told you Jared would bring something spicy.
Yeah.
And what could be spicier than a Blast Burn?
Nothing. Honestly, not a move you see on many Pokemon, let alone Charizard.
Yeah.
I will have to say here, we do have opting
Nice.
for... Oh my goodness!
You can never underestimate an Aqua Jet. And remember, Sun wasn't up.
Sun was not up.
That didn't even matter for like that is wow.
What an end game there by our players.
Basculation doing Basculation things.
Basculation Aquajet out of Sun into the Delphox, cleaning it up, not even on a critical hit.
No, doesn't need it.
Oh, what
It just does that.
what a first game for us to be privileged to watching. I think what we will do now, we'll cut to a quick break while we settle ourselves after watching that match, and we will come back with an interview with our winner,
Yes.
Jared. So please stay tuned. We'll be back very soon.
And we will ask him why he decided to bring Blast Burn.
Welcome back, viewers. I am joined by round one winner, Jared Clappin. Jared, what a game 3 we saw from you in that round.
Thanks, man.
Blast burn into Aquajet, taking out Delphox clean when the sun was down. Tell us about your match. Some incredible positioning in game 3 there.
Oh, thanks, man. I'm just glad I could put on a show for the stream, honestly.
It was very impressive. Very impressive.
I wanted to bring the beam memes, and I'm glad that the team's functioning. Honestly, in that last turn, the blast burn from the Charizard was kind of just insurance. With no sun up, I was pretty confident that the Aquajet would kill that Delphox.
Yeah.
But yeah, heart's beating. That was a close match.
Now, we were analysing the first match when you got tickled and retreated your Basculegion. After seeing the damage that it did, even at -2 in Sun, how did you feel about that play there?
So we discussed that ahead of time because it's a situation that had shown up between Mark and Matt Slocum in previous tournaments, and Mark had been saying that his if he could get the Basculegion to -1 with Tickle, then Delphox could live in Aquajet.
Yeah.
But Rain was up.
It was, yes.
But he would have been able to get me to -2 from an extra Tickle from the Protect turn. I wasn't quite sure if I'd be able to take it out, and then I ended up overthinking it and switching when in reality I definitely could have just Aquajet and Dark Pulse.
Absolutely.
And like one of them would have gotten it.
No, and you had a very good turn there in game 3 where the mind games were in full swing. The sucker punch was threatening effectively from Mark, and you read that he wasn't going to protect, got the fake out, and got the double KO into 2 Pokemon there.
Yeah.
That was, I don't want to say game defining, but it was a very important turn that you got correct.
It was pretty game defining, yeah, because he was threatening to like encore lock my my Charizard if he had Whims out. And I said to him, I'm like, I'm not a fan of this position that you've got me in here, man. This is a little bit tight.
Yeah.
I honestly thought he would protect the King Gambit, but I still needed to fake out that slot because I died to a sucker punch at that range. So
clicking fake out in front of a Whimsicott when Encore is so threatening, but of course, and Heatwave being a 90% accurate move, you kind of just
there's always the risk. Yeah.
There's always the risk. You kind of just have to send your game-winning options, don't you?
Yeah.
Play to your outs.
Yeah, I knew the Blastoise wasn't the important piece in that matchup. It was like I was gonna get through with the Charizard in Sun or nothing at all. Basically, the Blastoise was there for support. So
100%. Now we only have 3 rounds of Swiss today. You've got the very important first win under the belt. How do you feel going into round 2?
Oh, it feels good, honestly. And like I said to Mark, I got to showcase the silly blast burn into side. No, it was Hydro Cannon that I did game 1, right? I Hydro Cannon into side Raw to cancel my recharge turn.
Yes.
Yeah. I got to. That's my secret tech, my cheeky tech.
I loved that.
I'm happy I got to showcase that for the stream, and like, however the rest of the day goes now, I'm gonna be happy.
A wonderful thing. Shall we quickly jump in to the standings if our production is ready to show us? Let's see where you sit. So, obviously, Timothy Nurse. No, it's not filtered. Never mind. We will come back to that.
You got Takumi with the actual first win of the day.
It is.
Snag in the buy.
So we will go to a quick break here. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament, Jared.
Thanks very much, Joel.
And hopefully our viewers can enjoy some duck racing. We'll be back very shortly with round 2.
1.
Welcome back, O2 Drop fam. My name is Chris Marr, and I am here with fellow Perth VGC fossil and team building extraordinaire, Sebbie Widdeson. How are you going?
Yeah, good to be here. Nice to finally be part of the stream.
Yes, we are your round 2 casting team, and we have a very, very exciting pairing for you today. Tell us about it, Sebbie.
Well, we have the world's most dangerous 13-year-old, Takumi Matsuo, and we also have legendary Perth Kieran. I just butchered that. Regional champion Kieran Singh as well. So we have a bit of a matchup going on.
Well, one of the world's most dangerous Masters players, really. Yeah. So we've got two regional champions battling it out in round 2. Let's have a quick look at their teams. So Takumi is running a Sneasler, Dragonite, Incineroar, Floette, King Gambit, Sinister team.
It's Big 6 versus Big 6.
Yes, but I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call Dragonite a standard Big 6 inclusion.
Sure.
It is a Mega Dragonite, which I think is quite interesting. I haven't actually seen much Mega Dragonite. Have you been playing much VGC lately?
A little bit. I mean, I probably don't play enough to be at the ELO where we're versing Dragonites and Charizards all the time. I'm a little bit too Glaceon obsessed.
Yes,
but,
you do love your Glaceon.
Yeah, but my finger is on the pulse. I know that Charizard is a Pokemon that we must watch out for, but yeah.
And then we've got a team here from Kieran Singh, Garchomp, Whimsicott, Charizard, Basculesian, King Gambit, and Eternal Flower, Floette. That really is the pay-to-win Big 6. But as we said earlier in the stream, Kieran Singh has come here to win today. It is a very prestigious, as I said, event. There is cash prizing, so yeah, he wants to win. But Takumi, don't count this kid out. You said he was the most dangerous 13-year-old in the world. I would back that up. He has been, regional champion, international championship runner-up twice. He has beaten me in locals. Have you ever?
I think the first time I versed him was probably the only time I ever did beat him.
Oh.
And he said, and I quote, "What is a ride-on?" Now he knows.
It is a great
and
question.
He's never faltered to beat it ever since the first time I beat him. But yeah.
Was it a lightning rod?
It was basically I just got my ride-on, and I put them together, and then
Were you clicking discharge?
yes, and parabolic charge, actually.
Well, Takumi, as I said, he has actually been coached by Kieran Singh before. This is kind of like master versus apprentice
Yeah,
almost.
very much so.
It's going to be a very, very interesting dynamic.
Yeah.
But as I said, like Takumi, when he locks in, he's just he has defeated me in countless occasions. It is a bit of a running meme in the Perth community, me and Takumi's storied rivalry.
Yeah. I feel like it's one of those matchups where it's basically on Takumi to lock in, and whether Aaron's feeding him appropriately to have enough, beans. I think he'll do great as long as he wants to win.
Yeah. So we have the game going, so let's just dive into the action. We can see that Takumi has led Sneasler and his Mega Dragonite versus Kieran's Basculesian and Whimsicott. Well, Dragonite is not necessarily too much threatened by the Basculesian here. It does resist those, wave crushes. Takumi threatening Fake Out on Whimsicott, but remember Whimsicott can Encore.
Yeah.
Whimsicott chooses to be safe, scout out that potential Fake Out. Dragonite's attacks are Dragon Pulse, Heat Wave, Thunderbolt. Good coverage moves there. Wise Protect there. The Dire Claw would have been very problematic. And the Thunderbolt too.
Is that EV'd?
I don't know, but Kieran's Basculesian is Life Orb, which means that any attack now that Basculesian clicks will result in a self-knockout.
Yeah.
So, Takumi in a very good position here.
Yeah.
And there was no Fake Out turn 1, so Whimsicott can't threaten a Fake Out into the, an Encore into the Fake Out.
Yeah.
What would you do in this situation?
I don't know. There's no easy Encore target. I mean,
Yep.
There's just so much offensive.
You don't want to encore him into Thunderbolt. Aqua Jet picks up the KO on Sneasler. Doesn't matter how fast you are if you've got a priority move. Okay, so they trade. What is Whimsicott going to do with this Dragon? It will survive a Moonblast.
Yeah, it should be 30%, I think.
30%? Let's see how accurate you are, because it does have that multi-scale. Almost spot on.
Close.
34%.
Bit of a high roll.
Yeah. Blame it on the high roll. We see that heat wave coming out. It does connect with that 90% accuracy. And is there a
Does he
burn?
burn these?
No, there is that 10% chance. Could have lost a Whimsicott there, but no, Whimsicott hangs in with the Focus Sash.
Nice.
What have they brought in the back? That is the question. Which Mega did Kieran bring?
Ooh, when in doubt.
It's an Incin. When in, yeah. It is a good Pokemon.
Yeah.
There it is there, the $100 DLC Pokemon itself.
You pay to win Fairy Aura online.
Yeah, now let's have a look at this Incineroar's moveset. It's got a Cobra Berry. Sorry, that's the Sinister, sorry. It has a Citrus Berry. It has
Citrus Berry.
Two berries. So Incineroar, Citrus Berry, Flare Blitz, Roar, Parting Shot, Fake Out. A nice... Roar is very interesting from Takumi.
So he actually has opted... What's the missing move? So no parting... No. No dark move.
No
okay.
dark move. No protect. Alright, so King Gambit switches in the Mega Dragonite slot. Mega Floette is coming to the field with its Fairy Aura.
Look at holding onto that little fast.
Yeah. That Floette is a full offensive. There's no Carmine setup Draining Kiss nonsense. It is Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, Light of Ruin, and Protect. Whimsicott opting to get some chip on that King Gambit. That's a decent chip, 43%.
Yikes. And they're both timid. Is that very much becoming the norm? We don't really see many modest Floettes these days?
It depends. Like you do still see in the online results, you do still see full bulk, set up Draining Kiss Floettes, but I think I don't know. I'm not a Floette user myself, but I think often you do want to go. If you're running like a timid nature, you just go like max. You want to make sure that you win the speed tie.
Yeah.
Alright, so we see Protect from the Floette. This Whimsicott has actually put out an alarming amount of damage. It's just on the offensive, now deciding to take 40% of Incineroar's HP.
Even with Fairy Aura, that's still quite impressive, honestly.
It went down fighting. It did a chunk to both Takumi's King Gambit and to the Incineroar. And you've got to imagine now that Floette could potentially pick up KOs on both of these Pokemon now, because although they are neutral to fairy attacks, like there's enough damage on them where I think you'll find that they are in KO range. So just to compare the King Gambits, they are both Choppleberry. They are both Sucker Punch, both Iron Head. However, Takumi's has Protect, whereas Kieran has opted for Low Kick.
Can't imagine there's a world where King Gambit's living each other's low kicks.
Yeah,
so
well,
that's
I
a big
mean,
one.
Kieran's Low Kick into Takumi's Incineroar or King Gambit would be very threatening. I don't know which is faster out of the two King Gambits. Alright, which one? Getting the Incineroar off the board, and that's enough.
Yeah.
There you go, that Whimsicott chip paid off. And then we see the low kick coming, yeah.
Protect, so we don't actually know yet.
Yeah. Disappointed, no shiny King Gambits. And no shiny Mega Dragonite. I do love a shiny Mega Dragonite. That blue is just
That blue is so
beautiful.
cool.
Yeah, that's a nice callback to the Dragonair.
Yeah. Instead of that vomit green that Game Freak just loves slapping on every shiny.
Look, I don't hate the sort of the green Dragonite Gen 1 shiny. It could have been better, obviously, but it's not in my most hated shinies. It's tolerable. Nice spread damage there. Dazzling Gleam is enough on the super effective hit on Dragonite. King Gambit hangs on though. Are we going to see an Iron Head? Okay, we know it's going to be enough damage even with the berry, but we know now that Kieran's King Gambit is faster.
Or at least on the first speed type.
Who knows?
Who knows?
But that is very important knowledge to have. Takumi, the giddy old man, Takumi, will take that knowledge into game 2, knowing that he has to potentially play around. Oh,
Sorry.
you have to stand up. We are wearing pants.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I can assure you pants are being worn.
For
At
now.
least by me.
So what do you think? What were your takeaways from game 1? Kieran picked up the win.
Fairy aura good, I will say.
Very aura good.
Very strong.
All right. So if you're listening to this and you want some tips to get into VGC, Fairy aura good. I mean, it worked for Xerneas for years.
Yeah.
Gosh, heaven help us if we ever get a format where you've got, Mega Floette and Xerneas on the same team.
I mean, like, Fairy Aura is enough without Geomancy. Calm Mind's already enough. We don't need that back, but yeah.
Takumi, yeah, like the tools are there. Like it's figuring out those speed interactions. Bringing Mega Dragonite into this matchup with looking like down on an opposing Mega Floette is very risky. Does Takumi switch it up? Does he go with his own Mega Floette this game?
Seems like a safer pick to me. I mean, I don't see... Garchomp definitely wasn't in this battle.
Yeah. As long as you can play around Kieran's Kingamba and that Ironhead threat, that Mega Floette, yes, Mega Charizard Y does resist fairy type attacks, but I think that's still Takumi's best chance here.
I think so.
I think the Mega Dragonite was interesting, but, Kieran's too good a player and too experienced to be fooled by some Dragonite tech. All right, so we see he's gone with... He's sticking to it. Takumi is not wanting to get rid of that Dragonite. He's bringing it lead, but he's changed the lead. But Sinister, is he potentially going for a Trick Room mode here? Sinister, yeah.
No, that's the play.
Sinister does have much Gotcha Rage Powder, Trick Room Protect with a Cobra Berry, which is the
Flying.
Flying?
Yep.
Yep.
I believe. I have that.
Yeah, no, that sounds right. I back you. So
Mega
we see,
off the bat.
Yeah, Mega off the bat. Dragonite opts to protect. Yeah, just scouting out what Kieran's cooking up.
Is there a world where you would bring Dragonite and almost try and force your opponent into Mega Ring, but you've actually brought the Floette, or is that just
Potentially? I mean, Dragonite still does have good base stats. Oh no! I have a feeling that maybe that was
I thought
the
that would have
plan
been
for
a
Takumi
crit.
there, going for the... Yeah. So normally Sinister would be able to take an attack from Mega Floette or from Basculegion, but not both.
Yeah.
That Fairy Aura Dazzling Gleam.
It's too much.
Yep. So Takumi's already a Pokemon down. It is 3v4, but where there's a Sneasel, there's a way, because Diaclaw, it's just that, I mean, they did nerf Diaclaw. It has only got a 30% chance now, but I mean, with this Diaclaw, there's a way.
Yeah. And yeah, when the speeds are so close like this, anything is just going to swing it in their favor. Paralysis, poison is lethal either way.
It is a coaching Sneasel. We could see a coaching oof at some point in this game. We don't know. I mean, this Mega Dragonite is a special attacker, so it won't be coaching this turn, but I do love a good coaching strat. Oh, that Basculegion is doing
More than
so
50%
much damage.
Aquajet is just ridiculous.
It's crazy. Thank goodness that's off the
Yikes.
board. Takumi must be so relieved right now to get rid of that Basculegion.
Yeah.
But we do face a dangerous problem though. Like Sneasler has got that chip. A Dazzling Gleam here would probably still pick up the KO on Sneasler
I would imagine.
and do a massive chunk of damage to Dragonite.
Yeah.
Whimsicott's there, threatening Encore, threatening Tailwind. It's got its own Moonblast, so if Dragonite's multi-scale lets it live the Dazzling Gleam, it's got Moonblast to follow through with the remaining damage.
Yeah. So Takumi's got a decision here. Does he try and preserve? Does he fight through?
And you can't protect in front of a Whimsicott, as we know. I will confirm that, yes, the Whimsicott does have Encore, so, I can't stand playing against Encore. Whimsicott is always such a threat. You have to change a whole game strategy. But he does opt to protect. Maybe he's hoping that Kieran doesn't click Encore.
Yeah, gosh. But we do see the Tailwind, so
Yep.
big Dazzling Gleam.
Oof, that still does 47% neutral hit to Kingamba. And Kingamba,
That's gross.
Kingamba usually invests in its HP stat. That is a bulky King Gambit, it still does so much damage. It's the power of Floette.
I feel like King Gambit really missing Assault Vest. It's something that's still not in the roster, right?
No, it is not. We look, fingers, maybe Regulation MC, we will see Assault Vest come into the fray. What does Takumi do to get out of the situation? He does have, priority Sucker Punch, but both Pokemon on Kieran's side of the field are Fairy types, resisting that Dark attack. Not going to do much. And as expected, look, we did bring it up that Encore was going to be a threat, and there it is. Kieran's not mucking around. He wants to win this game. Which one? King Gambit. That will be enough. Maybe in an Assault Vest era, but not today.
Not in NB.
No.
Yeah.
Forfeit. Doesn't want to drag it out.
Yeah. Forfeit.
Well, we did just see Kieran Singh in quite a dominant display, really. I mean, we did talk up Takumi as a real threat, but Kieran just too good today.
Yep. This is a case where the apprentice isn't going to overcome the master today. Kieran showing us why he's earned his stripes, but still well played by Takumi. He had the up pair, so it's always going to be a tough one after a bye. A bit of a tricky way to start your tournament.
Kieran now 2-0 going into. There are 3 rounds of Swiss before our top cut. Kieran is, like, really, you have to say, after that performance and going 2-0 is currently like the favorite at the moment, and he's running just such good Pokemon. Like, there's no, as I said that you're a creative team builder, you would be out there with Glaceon or something. Creative, yeah. There is no Charizard Blast Burn on Kieran's team. There is no mucking around. It's like good 6 Pokemon. I don't want to say Big 6, because I feel like that's an insult to the original Big 6. This is the pay to win Charizard Y Floette team.
Yeah.
And it is proven very, very effective. Hopefully, I would like to see some more creative Pokemon come through this event on stream, and maybe we'll see an upset against that team. But for now, it's proving to be too strong. Takumi not out of it though. He did have the buy round 1. He now has Kieran's resistance, which is going to be very beneficial.
Always.
Takumi, if he wins the last round, we could see him again this tournament. So don't rule Takumi out.
Yeah, I'd always like to see him. It's always good to watch the young ones, and I'm sure he's going to have a good tournament. So don't get bummed out, Takumi. Still rooting for you. Yes.
Hold your head high, because, as I said, this is a very prestigious event, and there is prizing up to 4th place. So we'll see what happens. We'll be right back with a interview with the winner, Kieran Singh. I am back with round 2 winner, Kieran Singh. Kieran, how do you feel? Stomping Takumi 2-0.
Yeah, it feels good to secure the top cut of the Invitational. So, yep, happy about that.
Yeah, you have beaten, so you are 2-0. Round 1, you defeated regional champion Ben O'Neill. Round 2, you defeated regional champion Takumi as well. So you've gone back-to-back regional champion. You defeated both of them. You must be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I feel like my play was very clean in both sets, so feeling happy about that. Yeah, just keep it rolling.
Very clean. Did you drop a game round 1?
I didn't drop a game, no.
Oh, wow. So 4-0 in games as well. Your team. Talk us through your team. So it is. I refuse to call it Big Six. I know you're a fan of calling it that, but
It is Big Six. Like
the format is too. I feel like the format is too. The Pokédex is too small to really. Like, it's not fair to call it Big Six.
Well, I don't really agree with that argument. I mean, I just think like if you have a team that exists from like very early on in the format and it is completely like perfectly optimized the 6, like no one even changes like a mon on the 6 and it
That's
just
fair.
dominates everything. Like I think it's like Big Six. Like it just feels natural.
All
but
right.
you know, I wasn't there for the alleged real Big
OG.
Six. So
Yep.
I don't know. I feel like it's earned its title because at least since then, this has definitely been the most like oppressive team in a format just overall.
So I mean, obviously, looking at the Big Six Pokemon, it doesn't look like an original Kieran Singh
No,
creation.
I made it for this tournament.
You made, but like, is there anything in there that's a bit more like a bit spicy as far as like you've made some tweaks, some EVs, you put a move on there that's not as common? Is there any? Is this just a copy in paste?
I have a crazy EV spread on one of my Pokemon, which I will reveal after
you
the
knock down the
tournament's
tournament.
done.
Yeah.
Yeah, after I knocked out or I won. But
right.
it's pretty funny, so I'll tell you that after. But otherwise, like, I guess I put Life Orb on Basque and Citrus Berry on Garchomp, which is becoming the more popular variant, but some people run like Life Orb, Garchomp, and Mystic Water Basque Legion. But I just asked my friend to send me a team. And
Basque Legion is just such a how does it do that? Like, is what seems to be like
It's
the question
silly.
we ask Basque Legion.
It's very silly.
Even when sun's up, it is just taking KOs. It is insane.
It's very silly, yeah.
Yeah. So looking at the competitors for this invitational, is there anyone that you're most worried about? Like who do you think's your biggest threat?
My biggest threat, I would say, I'm not sure. Well, I just played Alistair's team and it felt like a good matchup for me, so I won't say Alistair because of that. So probably Timothy Nurse. We played finals of the Invitational last year, so I'm sure that he's keen to get revenge. So
He is 2-0 as well.
He is 2-0.
So we might see another Tim versus Kieran final. We'll wait and see. Is there anyone you want to shout out while you're here?
No, I don't think I have anyone. I mean, like, no one built the team. I don't know. Who built Big Six? Shout out to whoever built Big Six.
Who's the GOAT on the team? Is it the Charizard or is it the Floor?
Do you know what the most broken Pokemon in MB is? King Gambit.
King Gambit?
I actually think it's Choppleberry King Gambit for attacks.
It's
so sick. I don't think it's the GOAT of the team. I think the GOAT of the team is probably Basque Legion, to be honest. But, like, King Gambit is just, like, stupid. Genuinely.
Is there, because we saw Takumi had his own King Gambit with the Protect instead of the Low Kick. Like, is that a decision that you had to make, whether to go with Low Kick or a Protect?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's different teams, right? Like, it makes more sense for me to, like, have 4 attacks. I know a lot of people run Big Six with Protect Gambit, but with the Choppleberry, you pretty much can live, like, 1 attack, and if you run a bit of speed, you can outspeed some fast Pokemon and Tailwind, so you always get, like, an attack off and then a Sucker Punch the next turn, for example. So I think it, like, just that, the Dark Steel fighting coverage is just absolutely insane. Like, nothing can really, like, wool the Gambit, at least.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. I'm sure we'll see you at some point on stream again, and we'll be right back with round 3.
Thank you.
Welcome back, viewers. My name is Joel, and I'm joined by pillar of the community, the Glaceon enjoyer herself, Sebbie. How was round 2, Sebbie?
Round 2 was awesome. We got to see Takumi and Kieran playing on stream. A little bit of a slobber knocker, unfortunately, for young Takumi. But
It happens. It happens to the best of them.
yeah.
We're getting ready for round 3, the final round of Swiss for the O2 Drop Invitational. I believe it looks like we are going for a clean top 4 here to, unfortunately, less Pokemon for the viewers, but a bit of an easier tournament. If we have a look at the standings here, we can see that we have Timothy, Nurse, Peter, Vows, and Kiran Singh all at 2-0. We have Takumi, Jared, and Ben and Alistair all at 1-1, vying in this round for a win-and-in opportunity into Top Cut. And unfortunately, Mark Murray has done the bit. He has gone 0-2 drop.
0-2 drop. We honour your service, Mark. Thank you.
Now, we have, of course, unfortunately, the 1-1s are not playing each other in this round. It's a bit of a mix and match, but when you have this many players, it doesn't always pan out the way exactly that you expect it. But I believe we have a very interesting pairing for this round 3. Shall we jump into that one? As we can see here, we do have Peter Vows at 2-0 versus Ben O'Neill at 1-1. Ben, of course, has a very interesting team here. Some Pokemon that we haven't seen on anyone else's team.
I mean, except for mine. Me and Ben are probably the only people in the world running Meowstic, which is great. I love that. Yeah, very eclectic teams on both sides. Love seeing the Meowstic, love seeing the Hydreigon, and a bit of a different twist on the Staraptor from Peter that we normally see.
Yeah, if we can get the team sheets going on the other screen, we can see that this is a close combat, dual wing beat, and tailwind Staraptor coming from Peter, of course. No roost, but not hurting itself with a Brave Bird, which is very advantageous.
Certainly helps. Although we don't have a healing item as well as the only thing with Megas like Staraptor, so can often be quite reliant on the roost, but he's obviously been doing well to get himself at this position in the tournament, so be interesting to see.
If I'm not wrong, this is the only Raichu Y that we have as well in the tournament today. Love to see Raichu, Zap Cannon, Focus Blast Fake Out, very standard set. Of course, it's not running the Grass Knot, which we have seen on Raichu, but there hasn't been any rain, really, from what I've seen in the team.
Basically, no Swamperts. Everyone loves their Basculation, but why would you be clicking that against Basculation when you have Thunderbolt? So maybe it was an intelligent decision given the playing field, but
maybe. And now the Meowstic on Ben's side is, of course, not a Mega Meowstic. It maintains its Prankster.
We want them Prankster Thunder Waves. He's going to be clicking that button despite the nerf, and I respect that. Yep, you got to do what you got to do to win the game, and this Meowstic is going to be a menace if he decides to bring it.
100%. Mega Metagross for Ben, Fairy Feather Sylveon, Choice Scarf Hydreigon, a friend of panelist Mark Murray. He wasn't running it himself. It is a great Pokemon to see in the tournament. Putting, some would say, not quite as much damage as you want it to.
Yeah, I mean, we do finally have Life Orb back, but yeah, he's opting for the Choice Scarf, bit of speed. And what else has he got as well? As Earth Power U-turn as well is interesting.
Yeah, now we have our players going into game 1 of round 3 here. Ben has led Sylveon, Garchomp, while Peter has led with the Staraptor and King Gambit, dropping the physical attack of that Garchomp from the get-go. You'd have to say very good lead for Peter here, Sebbie.
Yep. He hasn't managed to get the all-important Define proc yet, so he's managed to dodge that, which is good. Clean start.
Does Ben actually have anything that procs that?
This is the Incineroar, no?
The Arcanine.
The Arcanine, sorry.
Apologies. Arcanine busting out Intimidate. It'll be interesting to see if that is in the back for Ben here.
Literally saw Intimidate on the team sheet and I just assumed it must be an Incineroar. My apologies, but...
Why wouldn't it be, right? We're so used to seeing Incineroar, but we do see Staraptor bringing its Mega turn 1 here. Contrary from the get-go. Of course, Contrary is such a good ability that people run terrible Pokemon like Superior to make it happen. But we see a stomping tantrum straight away from Ben into the King Gambit, taking it down to 90%.
And big dirty iron head into Sylveon. That's a clean one shot.
A clean one shot into the Sylveon. Did Sylveon do anything? I looked away momentarily.
I did not see. I'm sorry. We got a little bit distracted in the casting chair here, but that's all good.
Sorry, we got notified of lunch. A very important thing.
We smelled food and everything just went to the wayside, but that's okay. That's usually what happens halfway through a tournament.
Now we see Metagross coming out here for Ben. Ben going down to 3 Pokemon after turn 1 here, but maintained a full HP Garchomp. And we see King Gambit taken down to, you'd have to believe, being knocked out from anything at this point.
Yeah.
Now, what sort of angle will our players go for? I would say Peter is quite safe here to potentially look at clicking something like Sucker Punch and a close combat to boost his own defenses.
Yeah, that full HP Staraptor just wants to get as bulky as it can and just really assert where it's sitting on the field right now.
If we can, it is 1-1, isn't it? It did go for close combat in the previous turn, I believe.
I believe so.
And here we see Mega Metagross. What a beautiful Mega Pokemon.
It's got them golden chompies. That's what we like to see.
Nothing better than a Mega into Protect.
Yeah, you got to. You must. It's about making a message.
And a big close combat. Going into that Garchomp, hitting it for around 60% damage there.
Bit of rough skin chip.
And Stomping Tantrum from Garchomp, finishing off that King Gambit. So that Sucker Punch threat on the Metagross now removed, and our players go to 3-3. Pokemon remaining.
Frigoraph joins the field. Are we going to see some cheeky Trick Room shenanigans?
We could do it. It's hard to believe that Peter would go for it in this situation with a Staraptor that has boosted defenses. It appears to be moving before Ben's Pokemon. I think we're just negating any potential Bullet Punches here. Ben's not even carrying Bullet Punch right now, so potentially just looking at Helping Hand. And it is a Helping Hand onto Staraptor.
We have the clappies. Yikes.
That is a lot of damage going into the Metagross. That is a neutral hit. Oof. Oh, and Psychic Fangs doing quite a lot of damage there, but at the same time, less than you'd expect. Excuse me, Staraptor only taking 3% damage from the Rock Slide there.
Just forgetting that it's a flying type there. Just, even though it's neutral from the fighting, that's just ridiculous amount of bulkiness there. My lord.
Absolutely. So Peter securing a very favourable position here. He doesn't need the clappies to take out either of these Pokemon now.
I mean, we always, a bit of moral support with the claps always goes a long way. Just, the Pokemon letting their teammates know they're here for them.
Exactly. So you would expect to see that Staraptor going for another close combat into Metagross, and Farigiraf potentially... Oh, Peter going for a more passive play here.
Yeah. What I would call the coward's option, but that's okay. Sometimes in order to be the best, you have to be a little bit of a coward, but that's fine.
And now that Garchomp is fishing, and the Farigiraf avoids the attack. Psychic should take out Garchomp from this range, and it does. Ben going down to 2 Pokemon now. Apologies, I missed the tailwind from the first turn. And an attack boost for Staraptor here.
Yikes, that's where oh my god. Contrary Intimidate is quite the beast.
And unfortunately now, extreme speed from Arcanine cannot take out the Staraptor, as Peter has a Farigiraf sitting there, preventing that attack from coming out.
The Armatail is online.
I would have to say from here, it's a very, very safe finish for Peter. Close combat into Metagross, taking out the Mega Pokemon, getting more defensive boosts.
One could say that he's thick.
Very thick. Very thick. And Farigiraf taking significant damage from the Flare Blitz there, but of course, itself. Oh my goodness. spicy from Peter, choosing to go a bit slower here.
Squares on squares. I love seeing the squares. When I see the squares, the endorphin rush just is quite immense. Even if I'm playing against Trick Room and I'm not using it myself, it's just such an inbuilt endorphin rush that I just can't control myself.
I am a massive fan of Trick Room myself. Every time I try and play normally, I just can't.
Yep.
But Farigiraf has twisted the dimensions here. So Farigiraf now the fastest Pokemon on the field. But Arcanine would be threatening Peter's Staraptor with Flare Blitz on this turn. Arcanine, unfortunately, is still locked out of Extreme Speed and has one attacking move remaining in Flare Blitz.
Well, once again, the coward's option, but I respect it. You got to keep that birdie safe.
Correctly predicting that Ben would go for the Flare Blitz into that slot. And Farigiraf reversing the Trick Room again.
That's making a statement right there.
Is
Holy.
Peter just messing around with Ben at this point? I would have to have a guess that in the previous turn, Peter accidentally clicked Trick Room.
Ooh, that is a possibility.
And here we see the Helping Hand, and I would have to guess a close combat going into the Arcanine.
Oh, clean.
And a clean knockout there for Peter, taking out the last remaining Pokemon of Ben.
Staraptor just looking super dominant there, just firing off close combat after close combat, not really giving a fuck about... Sorry, are we allowed to swear? I just did.
Why not?
Not really giving a damn about what's in front of it, and we're here for that.
No, a very dominant performance there from Peter, toying with his opponent. Turning double trick room just to say I'm in control here. I would love to find out from Peter why that happened.
Because at first I was thinking about the speed orderings and stuff, and it's like, wait a second, is there a world where you can burn the Farigiraf and then just somehow actually Arcanine beats? It shouldn't, but
I'm not sure. Potentially it was just reading the turn order there. Maybe Peter genuinely didn't know what the speeds of the two Pokemon were there, and by clicking Trick Room, giving himself an opportunity to decide if his Staraptor was in fact slower than the Arcanine, and then being able to choose to go into that. So a very, and red as bad manners, I have to say. Quite shocking to see, but I think there'll be a reason there. And we'll potentially find out. Ben, of course, has 2 more matches to turn this around for himself and get himself into a winning position. Of course, Peter has most likely already locked in a finals appearance here. Ben needs the win, so Ben needs to turn it around here. How can he do that with his team versus Peter? We'll find out as we go in to game 2 of round 3 here.
will he bring the Meowstic? It's probably not smart, but I just want to see it, chat, okay?
As we just saw, Peter, in fact, sorry, not Peter. Ben is a Meowstic professor, so he has secured 100 wins with Meowstic. And we do see a switch up here from Ben and Peter. Peter going for that immediate Trick Room play with Farigiraf and Sylveon, but has led into the dark Double Dragon.
Sylveon looking at 2 dragons, that's a feast right there.
Sylveon's very excited. I mean, you'd have to say
Garchomp's like, get me out of here, please.
I don't want to be here, says Garchomp. And he U-turns. So a double reposition from Ben here. Probably the safest option for him. But you'd have to believe that there is a big Hyper Voice coming to both of these Pokemon.
And potentially a pretty free-looking Trick Room. Be interesting to see the speed orders of these.
Big damage onto that unmegged Metagross. 30%.
There it is.
And the squares come out again. It's go time.
Pop quiz. What is Mega Metagross's speed tier? Because I'm having a mental lapse here. It's fast, right?
I believe it's around about 100.
Okay. So Trick Room actually looks quite nice here.
Yeah.
Honestly. Looking pretty good.
What is this Sylveon packing? It is packing Hyper Beam. Does Peter decide to just throw it all to the wind here and start throwing hyper beams into these opposing Pokemon?
I mean, that would be the opposite of the coward option. Would be the big bold option. Would be to fire a beam, big pixely beam, and I'm always down for that. Even though it would be weak against both these targets right now, but.
Yeah, Sylveon is quite threatened by that Iron Head from Metagross, but of course, it is able to move first in this turn, so we'll see what happens. The Metagross is Mega Evolving for us.
He's ready to punch Joel.
Looking to take some Pokemon out here. Sylveon going for that Hyper Voice, and Hyper Voice still doing 25% damage, even to a Mega Metagross.
That is insane. The game says it's not very effective, but Pixelate begs to differ. Yikes.
Big damage coming from that Psychic, and you have to believe we're double targeting Sylveon here. And the burn, just for good measure.
I decided not to say it out loud, but I thought about the burn and it happened anyway. I'm sorry, Sylveon. I cursed you.
Arcanine taking itself out with the recoil damage. Oh my goodness, and thanks to the burn. Is Sylveon going to survive on 1 HP or is it gone?
Oh, that must have been slightly above 6. Burn is always going to deal 6% max HP, so we as casters don't know because we can only see the percentage bar. That's, wow. I wonder how much health this Sylveon is on right now.
A big moment for Sylveon, but of course, I believe both of the opposing Pokemon here carry Protect.
So, poor Sylveon is on the smallest timer you can look at right now.
Either needs to get out of there, or, forgive me for saying this, it needs to YOLO.
Yeah. just scream at them one more time. We have Farigiraf support. There's no cheeky, well, correct me if I'm wrong, there is no Bullet Punch on this Metagross, so she could scream one more time.
She could.
I'm down for that.
How brave are both of our trainers going to be here? The safest play for Ben right now is to click Protect on both of his Pokemon. Ooh. The Helping Hand comes out from Farigiraf, and have neither of these Pokemon Protect. Oh, there is a Garchomp Protect.
It's always so, forget the priority with Protect and Helping Hand is always such a nail. Oh my god.
So Ben has opted for the safe move here, and the Sylveon did go for that Hyper Beam.
Yeah. Before perishing to a burn. Good job, Sylveon.
Sylveon doing its job, of course, chipping down Pokemon and forcing the Arcanine to take itself out. And we have the Big King Gambit here, threatening both of these Pokemon with big damage.
He's here.
So potentially, I mean, Peter's fairly free to click something like Kowtow and Psychic on this turn, and potentially big damage into Garchomp, and you'd have to believe that Kowtow will take out this Mega Metagross.
Every day of the week there. Every day of the week.
Trainers taking their time on this turn, just feeling out what each other wants to achieve in this turn. And we do see the retreat of the Metagross.
His nickname. Try and read that out loud.
The Kowtow opting in for the Garchomp here. An aggressive play to get rid of the Garchomp. And it is.
Ooh,
and it has just missed.
Say that's living a double, but only just. Good training on that one.
And the return Stomping Tantrum taking around about 50 to 60% there. So, what a turn we have there. Hydreigon has entered unimpeded, but it is, of course, a Choice Scarf still under Trick Room here.
Yeah. A little awkward, but he has options. Draco. I'd like to see him drop a Draco.
I mean, he's not getting hit for super effective by either of the opposing Pokemon, so Hydreigon potentially could just look at clicking a big move here and make something happen for Peter. Again, our trainer's feeling out. Farigiraf going for that Helping Hand.
Big clap. Moral support is here.
And the Protect from Garchomp. You'd have to believe this is targeting the Hydreigon on this occasion. And the big Iron Head. Oh my goodness. 84% damage going into that Hydreigon.
Yikes.
And Hydreigon has now locked itself into Earth Power.
We have not seen the fourth. Oh, have we seen?
We haven't seen the fourth Pokemon from Peter. which we now will.
And it is the Staraptor.
The Staraptor. So a Hydreigon that has locked itself in to Earth Power. A
Yes.
very safe switch in here.
Yep. No Worry Seed shenanigans here. That is going to remain Levitate for the rest of the game.
It is, I mean, Peter is in a very commanding position here, even though he is down to his final 2 Pokemon, a 6% and a 16% Garchomp and Hydreigon, respectively. How is Ben going to navigate this match to try and force a Game 3 against Peter?
I mean, beating either of these players is something I've struggled with like my entire career, Joel. These are probably my 2 biggest bracket demons. Yikes is the word I will say.
Yeah, so Farigiraf, very free. I mean, it is most likely going to live whatever comes its way. We do see the reposition from Ben. Obviously, he doesn't want to click Earth Power for the remainder of the game. And Staraptor opting to Mega here.
We gonna get big. Oh, we got the tail.
Ooh, we're going. We want to be faster.
Yeah. The thickening will happen thereafter.
And a Dragon Rush from the Garchomp into Staraptor, hitting it for around 34%. Farigiraf, fairly free to clean up there.
It's like its second or third psychic this game. That Farigiraf is swinging.
It is, and Peter has now put himself in a very comfortable position. He's going to be faster than this Choice Scarf Hydreigon.
Ooh, yes.
The Hydreigon that is unable to click Protect. How does Peter read this? He potentially can just play some games here and decide to go for a Helping Hand Close Combat into the Metagross. He'd be fairly unworried about what that Hydreigon is going to do to his Staraptor in this turn.
And he can't even be flinched, so he's looking pretty here with the Tailwind up. No
Farigiraf
Darkness.
and Staraptor going for the double protect. We're going to find out what move this Hydreigon has clicked.
It is the Draco. Dropping a Draco, as one would.
So now we find out, of course, the big button has been clicked by the Hydreigon. It is now the threat.
Yeah. We are locked in, officially.
We have locked in. Peter would be looking, I would say, close combat into that Hydreigon and a Psychic to chip down that Metagross more on the opposing side. Ben, of course, is going to be locked in to that Draco Meteor and potentially wanting to look for big damage with the Psychic Fangs into Staraptor. That is the biggest threat on Peter's side of the board right now.
Another clap.
We do see the Helping Hand come out. And the close combat goes into the Metagross. Taking the Metagross out, a surprising choice, in my opinion. Is this Draco Meteor big enough to take out a +1? And it misses.
Oh no.
Oh
That's
my
not what you want to see.
Peter
Oof.
securing himself the victory in game 2 here. On
Crazy.
the missed Draco Meteor.
In a world where we would have been stuck with a Farigiraf that couldn't have even attacked its opponent, quite fortunate that Draco missed.
Very fortunate.
Yeah, wow. That would have been...
RNGesus giveth and RNGesus take away. What a set of 2 matches, though. Very interesting position from our 2 players there. Peter going for the very aggressive play, going for I am either going to live by this close combat into the Mega Metagross, or I'm not.
die trying.
I'll die trying.
Yeah, and yeah, wow.
So now we see, of course, Peter Vals goes to 3-0. Unfortunately, Ben O'Neill will be going to 1-2 and unlikely to make it to top cut.
Yeah.
For our O2 Drop Invitational.
Valiant effort though. A bit of a shame we didn't get to see Meowstic on stream, at least for me. I might be the only person in the world saying that, but you know, good on you for rocking up and making an eclectic team as you always do. It's good stuff.
Absolutely. Well, look, we are going to cut to a quick break again, and we're going to come back with a brief interview with our winner of that match, Peter Vals.
welcome back to the O2 Drop Invitational. I'm here with our winner of the previous round, Peter Vowles. How do you feel you went?
Yeah, it was a nice game. I think, deserved to win. So I got the win. Yeah, I think I played very well. Maybe a bit scary with some speed ties, with some 50-50s with protects, but otherwise I was happy with how I played.
Yeah. And was there anything in particular on Ben's team that you were scared of? I mean, I was always talking about Meowstic. Is that actually something you think about, or is this a Sebbie thought?
If I'm gonna be bringing Meowstic, because it's Psychic Terrain Expanding Force. If my Mega's gonna be Staraptor, I need to make sure that I position myself in such a way that it's not in front of the Meowstic, otherwise it just gets blown up. So you bring the Kingambit, but he has the Garchomp, so it was just very important to. All 6 mons were kind of threatening to some part of my team. As per usual, you just have to position well into whatever's out in front of you.
Yeah. I think you did a great job of that, Pete. It's very easy for us to, put and pick at moments that we see, but you piloted it well. One moment I must ask you about. Me and Joel were wondering at the end of Game 2, you had your Staraptor facing off both Hydreigon and, God, memory like a sieve, and the Metagross. Yep. What were your thoughts going into that move with the close combat targeting?
So the problem is I need the Free-Grap's basically doing nothing. It can do literally nothing into the Hydreigon, and it does quad resisted into the Metagross. But the problem is if I target one, I'm going to get killed by the other. So my bet was that I think I live a Hydreigon Draco Meteor after I get my +1 defenses from the Metagross. The problem is the Metagross can protect.
Yes.
So I have to get that call right. I go for the double protect to try and bait out the protect. He doesn't fall for it. I was discussing with him after the reason he wasn't protecting was because he just believed that the Draco would kill anyway. As it turns out, it missed.
Yeah.
But we did the calc afterwards. I would have lived.
You would have lived.
I would have
okay.
lived just about. So I think I was on 64%. It is 63.7 at max. So
at max high roll. That's quite something.
I was right in thinking that trying to tank the Draco at +1 was the right play. I was happy with that.
And is this team a bit of an original Peter Vowles cook, or have you taken inspiration from someone else?
I stole it from Victory Road yesterday and put it into my game this morning. So yeah, very original. I'm very happy with the sets I came up with for it. Completely my own work. Very proud of my brain and no one else's.
Yep, beautiful. Well, you piloted it great, Pete. Looking forward to seeing how you go in the next rounds.
Thank you.
That was the winner in, I believe. So poor Ben's out, but we have a pretty exciting looking top cut coming up after a bit of a lunch break.
Yeah.
Are there any shout outs you want to make before?
Shout out to whoever made my team. I don't know who it was. But yeah, it's very fun. I hadn't used Staraptor before today. Mega Raichu just hits like a truck as well. So whoever made my team, don't know who you are, but shout out to you.
Yeah, great team.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep. Well, thanks for joining us, Pete. And we'll be back after a bit of a short break.
We have just finished Swiss for the O2 Drop Invitational, Chris.
It is top cut time.
It is top cut time. What an exciting tournament we've had so far. Some great stream matches from the 9 best players in Perth. We had a very exciting off-stream battle where Apprentice was versing Master, and Apprentice nearly got it done.
Yeah, mirror match, Alistair versus Takumi. Takumi won game 1. It was looking like the Apprentice had finally overtaken the Master, but
Not to be.
not to be. Alistair still maintains his place, and Alistair has made it through to top cut, so...
He has.
Alistair.
So let's jump into the standings if we can and find out where everyone finished in this game. So unfortunately, Mark and Murray, co-host of the O2 Drop, has O2 dropped from this tournament.
We do need to give a special shout out to Mark because we are the O2 Drop, and it's very fitting that Mark has gone O2 Drop. Congratulations, Mark, on the bit.
Achieving the bit is what we love to see.
Yeah, we're going to assume that that was a deliberate bit and that he didn't just lose horribly.
Intentionally.
Yeah.
Commiserations and thanks to the individuals participating. So Ben O'Neill, Takumi, Matt Slocum, and Mark finishing in 6th through 9th, respectively. We do have 5 players making top cut. So
Asymmetric top cut.
every player who achieved 2 wins or better has the opportunity to play off for our prizing $350 prize pool.
Yes. No, we are not Big Picker. Anyone who deserves to be in top cut will be in top cut for a no-2 drop event.
Even if we have to run extra rounds.
Yes, we'll be here all day if we have to.
So we are going to have a 4th place playoff match.
We are.
That is going to be going between Timothy Nurse and Jared Clappin. We can see the bracket here. We can see what they have to go through. So Timothy Nurse at last. We get the setup team on stream.
We get the triple setup team on stream against Jared's Tail Room, Charizard Y, Mega Blastoise Tail Room team. Yeah, this one, like, I don't even know who the favorite is here. Tim started off strong 2-0, and I thought that Tim could have gone all the way, but, you know, getting into, he still went 2-1. He has to overcome Jared, who you just, as I said, he did have that epic round 1 stream win.
Yep.
And Jared's just one of those players you can never count out. He's just so unpredictable, and his teams are so quirky, and you don't have your lines into Jared Clappin prepared. Like when you go into a tournament, you don't have your Jared Clappin like lines and matchup ready. So Tim's got his work cut out for him here.
An absolute menace of the closed team sheet era. Here we have the teams in all their glory. So we do have Jared Clappin, of course. We've already seen on stream today, as you mentioned, the Tail Room, Mega Charizard Y, and Mega Blastoise team with some interesting techs. He's got the side raw possibility from his own Farigiraf, which we did see in his stream match. And then, of course, we have the Timothy Nurse triple setup team. We can see that we have a Swords Dance King Gambit. We have a Shell Smash Blastoise, and we have a Nasty Plot Mega Delphox. Mega Blastoise as well. Apologies for not calling that one straight away.
Yeah, the Tim team is probably something you've seen before, but I guarantee you haven't seen Jared's team before. Like we mentioned before, the Blast Burn Charizard. He's also got Hydro Cannon Blastoise on there. He's very upset that Pokemon Champions as yet doesn't have the starter pledge move, Grass Pledge, Fire Pledge, Water Pledge moves. So in protest, he's gone, let's put the Elemental Hyper Beams on the team.
He said. Yeah,
risky.
Big fan of the pledges. Big fan of sitting around for an extra turn as well, apparently.
I think that recharge turn is such a gamble.
It is.
Let's see if this gamble pays off.
He did say in the interview when we spoke to him that he has the side raw there to allow him to mitigate the recovery turn. Big brain plays from Jared Clappin.
That is actually brilliant.
A team builder of all days. How does this matchup look to you, Chris? What's your early thoughts on what we may see here?
Okay, well, straight away I look at the Megas, right? Mega Blastoise and Mega Charizard versus Mega Blastoise and Mega Delphox. You got your Fire and Water. It'll be awkward if one brings Blastoise and the other one brings Charizard, or one brings Blastoise, the other one brings Delphox.
Yes,
they are at an immediate disadvantage.
They are, and of course, if it's both Fire Megas, Delphox is equipped with Psyshock, which hits the lower bulk defensive side of the opposing Charizard Y.
Yeah.
If Timothy chooses to bring that.
Well, I mean, look, Charizard has had a habit in recent months of running a bulkier defensive set. However, we can see that it is a modest nature. It is not a bold nature or any sort of max defensive spread. So I imagine Psyshock would be the play into that Charizard.
Yes. And of course, if you give it the opportunity to make a move with the nasty plot, you will be in a bad spot, effectively.
And both players have a Trick Room mode. You got Sinister versus Farigiraf. Farigiraf might be important because Tim does have that Sucker Punch King Gambit, and as we've seen, a Charizard Y doesn't like taking a Sucker Punch. Even a Mega Blastoise doesn't like taking a Sucker Punch. The more chip you can get on that Blastoise, the less the Water Spout's doing.
Yes.
So, yeah, I don't know what they're thinking. We've got Tim's Sneasler, and Jared has the Sylveon. You imagine that the Sylveon would be very wary of that.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't know if Sylveon even has a good matchup against this team, because you've got the Sneasler and you've got the King Gambit with actually no, King Gambit does not have, it's a mono attacking dark type.
Yeah,
it's got
mono dark type attacks
Sword Dance
on the Tim King Gambit there. And the Sneasler, of course, is a poison touch poison jab.
Yeah.
So we know the math on that. It's a 49% chance that it does not poison in a match, which is
51% of the time it poisons every time.
Yes. And no Pokemon on Jared's team wants to sit there and be getting chipped in that manner.
Yeah. Jared's team is pretty bulky apart from that Sasha Whimsicott, but bulk versus poison usually wins.
Yeah. Or if you're getting ticked on a percentage, it really doesn't matter what your defenses are at all. Now, we have our players. It looks like they're getting ready.
They're getting ready any second now. So just to recap, in case you just joined us, this is Asymmetric Top Cut. We are playing for the 4th position. So this is the two players that have finished 2-1, the lowest resistance. They are battling it out to be in top 4.
Playing it out to verse our number 1 seed, Peter Vows, who we saw on stream in round 3.
Playing it out for guaranteed prize money.
Yes.
Very big. There's money on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have in the 4th place playoff, Timothy Nurse, Jared Clappin versing off to verse Peter Vows in the semi-finals. Apologies. And then we have Alistair and Kieran waiting in the wings.
Kieran in top 4 is insane. Like, that is like a dream match to cast.
And it's not the finals.
And it's not the finals.
If you can believe that.
Only one of those two people can be in the final.
Perth's mid-era best player versus Perth's modern era best player.
And all casted by Perth's future best player, Chris Marr.
Chris Marr going for his invitation in 2027.
Sure.
It might happen, it might not.
Yes, please sponsor me to go to Brisbane.
That is a bag of fish we don't want to get into right now, but let's jump into our match as our players reveal their leads.
All right. I do love some of the trainer customization for this game. Like, the crazy anime color hair and the contact lenses and the outfits. I think there's some good trainer customization. All right, so we've got the Throat Goat Nutcracker for Jared versus Incineroar and Blastoise. No nicknames for Tim. He's not mucking around. No nicknames at all. So we've got both sides of the field threatening Fake Out turn 1.
Fake out options, with the exception, of course, that Jared has brought the Throat Goat to prevent the fake out option.
I mean, he could switch it out, but I don't think I would if I was him.
No, I can't believe that I would either. So we do have the dual Blastoise here. Tim going for the retreat early, bringing out Sinister.
And we know Farigiraf only has Psychic, so it wasn't threatening the King Gambit at all. Or the Incineroar.
Absolutely. So Tim has opted to position himself with redirection into the next turn and hoping to take reduced damage from a Water Spout. That Fake Out going from Jared in to Tim's Blastoise and a very quick Trick Room coming out.
I think seeing them next to each other, I do actually think I like Shiny Blastoise more. That is that mauve, the mauve and the green versus blue and white. I don't know. It's just more of a aesthetically pleasing color palette for me.
Look, let us know what is the best Blastoise.
Yeah, what is the best Blastoise form, shiny or regular?
You can see them both here in chat, so do let us know in the chat there. But of course now, Tim has given himself the option to both redirect and change out the Trick Room here with his Sinistcha.
Yeah, Sinistcha is such a strong Pokemon regulation MB. Like, I think it was probably underutilized in Scarlet Violet era, but it's just shown how in a limited Pokedex where you've got limited good grass type Pokemon, limited Rage Powder users, limited Trick Room setters, and that hospitality healing.
Oh my goodness.
I say it's a good Pokemon, but it falls to a Mega Launcher Dark Pulse from Mega Blastoise and one hit KO. They exchange Dark Pulses.
And Jared inserting himself early here avoided the Matcha Gotcha from Tim's.
Skill.
It is a skill difference.
Yeah.
Dragged out the Sneasler, one of the faster Pokemon on Tim's team, with the Roar.
Yeah.
A great turn from Jared there.
It's crazy just how strong a Mega Launcher Dark Pulse, same type attack bonus, because Blastoise not being a Dark type, but like, don't forget that 20% flinch chance.
Yes.
That could come into play. If both these Pokemon are threatening Dark Pulses, that is always something to factor in.
And so Jared has removed the opposing removal of Trick Room threat from the opposing Sinistcha.
Yep. Trick Room is staying up.
We know that he has the slower Blastoise here.
And the prettier Blastoise, in my opinion.
And the prettier Blastoise. He is only at 58% health, which is around about an 85% base power Water Spout. But
That's still like, with the stats of, it's 135 base special attack, I'm assuming it's quite well invested as well. Like, sure, there's no rain, but that's still doing a chunk. You know, at what point though do you switch to a Hydro Cannon?
absolutely. And Jared opting here for the switch.
Yeah, they're both switching. Incineroar coming in. Not really a relevant attack stat drop on either of the special attacking Pokemon that Jared is piloting right now. But it does threaten Fake Out next turn. We see the non-shiny Water Spout go off. And that's still good damage.
Very good
Like,
damage
that does
coming from Tim's side of the
49%
field.
to a resisted Pokemon. Like, Whimsicott took half its health from a resisted Water Spout. It's crazy damage.
Such a strong move. Spreading damage on to Jared's Farigiraf as well.
And that Farigiraf, unlike many of the other Farigirafs in the format at the moment, it doesn't have Thunderbolt. It has not really threatening much damage on the Blastoise at all. You often see Farigiraf piloting a Thunderbolt for the Charizard Y matchup and the Basculesian threat, but it's got that sneaky Roar instead.
Yeah, a move that we've already seen pay dividends twice in this tournament for Jared. We see the retreat again as the Blastoise
Positioning.
comes back.
This is really a Blastoise mirror match back and forth. There we go. See, it just
That is good damage
That's not
from the
bad.
Psychic
That's
onto
not
the
bad.
Blastoise. And the Flare Blitz, a resisted hit, taking the Blastoise down to around about 40% HP. And of course, Incineroar getting the recoil damage.
I think, like, with Blastoise being so bulky, any chip you can get on them. Oh,
Another 1%
that is the second time I've seen a 1% survival in this tournament so far. We saw it happen with the King Gambit that we all thought was Focus Sash until we read the team sheet properly. This is definitely not a Focus Sash for a graph. Once again, living on 1% HP.
To Incineroar, very threatened right now by Jared clicking Hydro Cannon.
This, look, I would still prefer to see, you know, like a Water Pulse maybe, because he got the Mega Launcher boost from Water Pulse, but he's opted for Hydro Cannon for the stylish flair of Jared Clapham, and look, he could win the tournament with it at this rate. So Blastoise protects in front of that Psychic. Trick Room still
And of course, it is a 90% accurate attack.
That is a huge miss, because that means that Tim has that Incineroar in the back again, ready to threaten Fake Out again, ready to intimidate again if need be.
And if I've been counting turns correct, I believe we are coming out of Trick Room at the end of this turn.
Yes. Yeah.
There we are. Dimensions have returned to normal. Jared, unfortunately for himself, in a
Very difficult spot because I don't think Friggar's going to live through this turn to get a Trick Room up. And we know that Jared's Blastoise will go second here. So does Tim just click buttons, double attack?
does he click buttons is the big question.
Does he do the damage? Because any attack will kill the Friggar, will knock it out.
Does he look to get greedy here and click a Shell Smash in this turn?
Oh, that could be. I mean, how much would a Dark? I mean, if Jared reads that and Dark Pulses the Blastoise, that you could do a sneaky Shell Smash, but I think that's too greedy. I think I'd go for the guaranteed double KO here. And I think that's what he's gone with.
The big poison jab from the Sneasler, taking out the Blastoise on Jared's side of the field.
No, Blastoise is still the prettiest one. And what about it's enough to do 1 HP?
Hard to believe that a Water Spout would take out the remaining 1% health of the Farigiraf. Jared going down to 2 remaining Pokemon, while Tim sits on 3 remaining Pokemon.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Jared because there is still that Incineroar on the back, so Tim can threaten pivoting Fake Out here. However, Pokemon that can't be faked out is a Basculegion.
It is. And we can imagine right now Tim can see a physical attacker on the field. He will look to go for pivoting on Incins.
That last Respects is very threatening right now with 2 Pokemon knocked out on Jared's side of the field. That last Respects is sitting at 150 base power?
150 base power, and I believe Jared has a Life Orb Adaptability Basculegion, so even more powerful than usual with that Life Orb.
I wouldn't be surprised. I would think that you would switch in Incineroar here to get the Intimidate drop, but no. Tim keeps his Pokemon in, lets Blastoise go down. What does Sneasler do to a Basculegion? That is the question. Poison Jab not very effective, close combat, doesn't hit at all. Opts to kill the Whimsicott instead.
A very good play from Tim because his Sneasler does have Focus Sash. So Jared needs to try and take out these Pokemon, but he's going to take a minimum of 3 turns to do it.
Yeah, but I mean, the Incineroar does have Throat Chop. With the Life Orb Recoil, that could just about do it.
It could. And you'd have to believe that a Wave Crash into the Incin is not a
smart play.
Incineroar, going to go for it. That traditionally has a very large HP pool.
Yeah.
He does get the knockout in one clean
You do
sweep
have to kill the. You do have to knock out the Incineroar because that is the threatening Pokemon of the 2. Takes about 30% recoil and then another 8% with Life Orb, 10%. So, I think Jared within a chance here.
And the Poison would secure the win for Tim in this situation. Poison Chip along with Life Orb Recoil.
And Sneasler does have that Focus Sash.
Unfortunately, at this point, you have to believe this match is in fact going to Tim. Of course, Poison Jab with Poison Touch is a 51% chance of activating.
I like those odds.
And it has activated. And we can see that without the Focus Sash, that
would have been it.
It would have been a 1-hit knockout for Jared onto the Sneasler there.
Resisted hit, doesn't matter. Enough to do the... And then whatever, the Poison Jab didn't do, the Poison damage at the end of the turn would have finished it off anyway.
What a great game between our 2 players there.
That actually swung back and forward a few times. I actually thought for a minute there Jared had that game won.
Yeah, I mean... We're going to have to reconnect by the looks of it, but...
we did still see the result for the game though.
We did see the result for the game there. So we are looking at Tim taking game 1 of the best of 3 set here.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't a dominating win by any stretch. Towards the end, it might have looked a little one-sided, but it was a closely fought game. And I think that, I wouldn't be surprised if Jared turned around here and take game 2. I think he probably gained a lot of intel from Tim's team.
Yeah. I mean, as we said, swung about there, that game. You have to believe that both players have the capability of turning this around very quickly.
And you saw both players brought their Mega Blastoise to that matchup, does one of them have the bravery to switch it up and bring their Fire Mega in? Like,
We will find out.
yeah, like, you know, it could. I mean, they both might do that, but I mean, do they stick with what seemed to be working for both players at different points in that game and with the Mega Blastoise strategy, or do they try and switch it up? I mean, a sneaky Delphox from Tim here could really turn things around potentially as well. Not turn things around, but, you know,
Swing things even more in his favour.
Take Jared by surprise.
Yeah. We are... The battle is nearly ready to begin here. I'd have to believe both players potentially have chosen the best leads already, so I would think we potentially see
The same
or similar leads and Pokemon in the back that we've already seen once.
All right, you reckon it's going to be another Turtle Mirror, the Turtle Bros?
The Turtle Bros may come again, and we see the leads coming out here.
All right, has one of them shaken it up, or have we got Blastoise Sinister on that Tim's side of the field?
And Blastoise
Basculegion. We've
Basculegion.
got 3 water types have hit the field.
And 2 ghost types and a grass.
Yeah, and, you know, the Sinister should be feeling pretty safe. Right? Actually, no, the Dark Pulse. I forgot. That Dark Pulse cleaned it up last game.
It did, and Jared has also brought an early last respects option here, but of course the opposing Blastoise also carries Dark Pulse.
Yeah, like...
Both of these ghost Pokemon very threatened by the position they find themselves in.
You'd think that the Basculegion does not have a flip turn. So there's no cheeky flip turn into Blastoise and pivot out of the Dark Pulse weakness. So either you have to hard switch or you have to commit and launch either a weak last respects or a resisted Wave Crash or Aqua Jet. Instead of just... Oh, we have got a Charizard.
A Charizard has hit the field, and Blastoise on Tim's side of the field is Megaing right now.
Yeah, the non-shiny version has Mega'd. We've yet to see which one Jared is committing to with his Mega. He goes for the Fake Out onto the other Blastoise. It's much a gotcha. The burn will not matter so much for either of Jared's Pokemon. However, you obviously don't want... Oh, I may have jinxed it.
The commentator's curse may have come out there.
Well, I mean, it's not terrible, like, for damage output, but unless, of course, that the wave... Obviously, the Water Spout is now weaker and weaker every turn with that burn chip, but not the worst possible scenario. If that's the bad luck, it's going to go your way, and that's like the RNG that's going to be against... That's better than a flinch late game or...
Absolutely.
You know, or an attack missing.
So Jared, we've seen this play out with Jared previously. He's put himself in a position where he has 2 Mega options. He saved that Mega from turn 1, potentially considering bringing a Charizard Y, potentially looking at spreading his own fire damage, or could even launch a Solar Beam into the opposing Blastoise.
Got to remember though, Rage Powder on Sinister. So, do they click Solar Beam? Do they click Heat Wave? Do they read Jared's Rage Powder? We'll have to find out.
So we do see the Mega Charizard Y coming out for Jared here.
Because, you know, Blastoise is pretty safe this turn, but it will do a chunk to Charizard even in Sun. So, Tim going for that Rage Powder. And for setting up with that Shell Smash. So that's now got +2 special attack and +2 speed.
Who missed the Heat Wave?
It's just the
Aquaberry
berry.
on the Sinister.
Of course. That will let it live.
That is big
That's still big damage. That is still big damage.
And now this Blastoise, of course, has taken a defense drop. It is threatened by an Aqua Jet, which Jared could decide to bring out here.
Well, how fast is a +2 Mega Blastoise? I imagine it outspeeds...
260 if they're max.
I imagine it outspeeds the Charizard.
Oh, it would definitely be outspeeding Charizard this turn. Of course, it can't outspeed a priority move, but Sinister will be looking to protect the Blastoise with redirection, but the Sun is up. The Blastoise has its Water Spout taken down to 50% damage.
Yeah.
A Dark Pulse from this Blastoise probably still takes out
At +2.
Jared's Charizard.
I definitely think at like a +2 Dark Pulse will be enough from a Mega Launcher, Mega Blastoise.
Jared moving his Pokemon around again, trying to get the right pieces in the right spot.
You know, okay. Sinister being recalled to the back so they can utilize that hospitality later in the game potentially. That amazing healing 25% effect. Blastoise opting to protect. Just seeing what Jared's going to do this turn, and he's just clicked Heat Wave. That Sinister would have gone down. Decent chip.
So Jared has positioned himself here. I would have to believe that Tim's Incineroar is the faster fake out on the field. However, Tim also has the option here to bring his Sinistcha back into the game, heal up that Blastoise, and give it access to a stronger Water Spout.
I think you've got to assume here that the Charizard clicks Protect. So you could use this opportunity to read that and switch in that Sinistcha and get that Hospitality healing on the Blastoise, which is only at 43%. You really want that Water Spout to be as powerful as you could possibly be, especially trying to stall out those Sun turns as well. There's still about 3 more of those left.
Absolutely. So we do have Incineroar could just decide
There's
to
the Protect.
give a boosted Flare Blitz here as well. That fake out targeting into the Charizard.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I don't think Tim's just obviously not overthinking it here, just playing it safe. And look, that's enough. That Dark Pulse is enough to bring down the Blastoise. So that's 1 Blastoise off the field.
Jared going down to 3 Pokemon. And Tim in a relatively comfortable position, you'd have to say here, Chris.
I would say that with a +2 Blastoise, both speed, Shell Smash Blastoise, so it's going first, it's hitting hard. Yes, Sun is up. I don't think that Tim's overly worried about that though.
We of course haven't had the 4th Pokemon revealed by Jared. If he has Whimsicott in the background and it gives himself, it's the Sylveon. Now that is a surprising back Pokemon.
Sylveon. And Sylveon will take a Water Spout or a Dark Pulse very easily, especially in Sun. So Sylveon here is actually poised to do a lot of damage, and really, like the Blastoise and the Incineroar are not really threatening Sylveon at all this turn.
I mean, Flare Blitz in Sun from Tim can be putting out a lot of damage here.
Yes. What is Sylveon's moves? We've got...
So Hyper Voice, Hyper Beam, Calm Mind, and Protect.
How much would a Hyper Beam do to that Incineroar?
It would probably knock it out. It's a neutral hit on the Incineroar.
And with the Pixelate...
And, a 7% live.
Oof. Now, I think...
And return knockout from the Heat Wave onto that Blastoise.
Charizard's just that strong. It is in Big 6 for a reason.
It sure is. Incineroar going down to Citrus Berry range and healing back up to roughly 2/3. And that parting shot was targeted into the Sylveon.
And I think this comes down to which is faster, Sylveon or Incineroar. Because, well, now that now we've got a fake out in play, so Sylveon's really under threat here because it can't protect again. Well, it can, but it's only got a 30% chance of fling it off. Do you reposition the Sylveon, switch out, maybe sack something? Because I think that Sylveon could be the key for Jared to win this game. But I think the Incineroar is in Hyper Beam range.
You would have to believe the Incineroar's in Hyper Beam range here. Of course, a fake out from Sinistcha, very threatening onto Jared's Charizard. You'd have to believe the fake out would knock out the Charizard from this range.
Charizard can protect this turn. I think that's probably the safest play. And I would think maybe... Do you switch in the Basculegion here?
And the Poison Jab going straight into the Charizard.
Now we get to see who's faster.
Tim opting to not mess around at all here.
No, not even clicking fake out at all. Oh, the Incineroar is faster. It is Sun. It's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage there.
Oof. Now
but the recoil just as big.
I think that Hyper Voice will be enough.
And it was enough to take out the Incineroar with that recoil from the Flare Blitz.
That's actually a good read because getting that chip on Sneasler is huge.
And a very interesting position we find ourselves in here because we're going to see...
Sun is over.
The Sun is over. Basculegion is back out. A
Basculegion
relatively
with
healthy
Aquajet.
Basculegion. Of course, I mean, the redirection threat from the Sinistcha is still there, but we do have a 150 base power. Last respects.
We do indeed. That Sylveon does not have quick attack or any sort of priority, so that will be, you'd expect, moving last, potentially moving before Sinistcha, but if Sinister has that Rage Powder, like there's no threat of, Aqua Jet is not going to be able to easily pick off that Sneasler with a Rage Powder threat.
No, you have to believe here Jared's options are to attack with both of his Pokemon. He can't, or he could do a Soul Read and see if there's going to be a double target. But we do see Sylveon opting for the Protect on this turn.
Yep. I think a
and reading the Poison Jab coming in to the Sylveon and a Last Respects taking out that Sinistra.
That's crazy, Ree. Like, yep, good. So he didn't even worry about the targeting the Sneasler and accounting for the Rage Powder, just targeting the Sinistra straight away. And Tim's going, you know what? I can't compete with that. I've got no redirection now to protect from the Aqua Jet. It's over. We go to game 3.
It is Dunskies, and we do get a game 3 on stream.
It's exciting.
What a great pair of games we have had so far between these players. They're going for the big reads. I'm excited about this.
I keep saying this, but you can't count Jared out. He's one of those players that just keeps taking scalps of big name players in our Perth local scene, and he just pulled out a game 2 victory out of almost nowhere. It seems like Tim was
from
winning.
Early in that game. He seemed to be down.
Yeah, was down a Pokemon. Tim was what, 4v3, and doesn't matter.
Absolutely. So we did see some minor changes from both players. Tim obviously wants to go back to his winning ways, and Jared wants to keep the pressure on Tim. What can these two players do here to change their luck?
Was the Mega Charizard that Jared brought for game 2, was that the winning difference? Does he stick to that?
It almost forced Tim to move away from Water Spout and focus on using Dark Pulse, which put him using an off same type attribute bonus move onto the opposing Pokemon. And it missed the Charizard knockout as well.
Even +2 Mega Launcher Dark Pulse did not one-hit KO that Charizard. And that Charizard just putting out so much damage with Heat Wave. When Heat Wave hits, we do have to remember that it's not 100% accurate.
No, it's not.
It's always a little bit of a scary gamble clicking that Heat Wave button.
And of course, we haven't seen the Delphox come out yet.
Do we want to see the Delphox?
Do we want to see Delphox? But the mind game now is, from Jared, do I bring my Charizard, which was probably the winning piece in that match, and potentially give my opponents Mega a boosted attack in Sun?
Would we like to see a Swords Dance King Gambit hit the field? I mean, that's another option that we haven't seen in this triple setup team. Well, we haven't seen a Nasty Plot. We haven't seen a Swords Dance. We have seen a Shell Smash, but it wasn't enough.
It wasn't. It was not enough.
It was not enough.
And now we see our players bringing out their Pokemon for this final game of the 4th place playoff between Jared Clapham and Timothy Nurse.
All right, Blasto Sinister, we've seen this before. This is the same lead as by Tim as in game 2. But Jared straight into the Sylveon Charizard. This is a good lead, I think. Because yes, Charizard is threatened by a Water Spout, but Charizard's gonna go first. Sylveon can do some serious chip. I'm assuming the Sylveon's probably sold in the Blastoise. Tim's Blastoise seems to be more, hyper offensively orientated with the Shell Smash set. We'll see.
And there is no fake out on the board for Tim in this lead. I mean, if I was Jared, I would be clicking something like Blast Burn into the Sinistra and Hyper Beam into the Blastoise.
You really don't want... It's so hard. Does Tim go Rage Powder, Shell Smash, or does he try and protect the Blastoise or fake out and set up Trick Room? Neither of those things. Incineroar comes in. Negligible Intimidate ability there because there's no physical attackers on the field, but we are going to see the first Mega of Game 3. Mega Blastoise is out for the 3rd game in a row. Does it...
And the Charizard Y moving after the Mega Blastoise in terms of its Mega, so
that is
revealing some important information about the training of this Charizard.
Very, very interesting. Sun will go up, which is not great for a Water Spout, but our Blastoise is playing it cool, click and protect, scouting out what Jared's plan is, which was just click Heat Wave, and I imagine this is probably just going to be click either a Hyper Voice or a Hyper Beam. If this Hyper Beam goes into Incineroar, that would be a huge call.
And a Calm Mind!
We talk about a triple setup team with Tim, but Jared bringing the setup Sylveon, that Calm Mind is huge.
A very good move against an opposing special orientated Mega.
Does Tim try and deal with this with a sneaky parting shot into the Sylveon just to try and, nullify that Calm Mind?
I mean, a very interesting situation. Obviously, the fake out pressure exists, but not going for it.
That is a
Blastoise-
fast Blastoise.
And we can see taking the
Almost 60% to a Charizard in Sun.
in Sun.
And let's not, that critical hit on the Sylveon too. Let's not forget as well that Charizard is fairly specially defensive.
We do see a Solar Beam
Is this
coming.
enough?
Is it enough to a fully bulk? What we assume fully bulk.
It's
It is enough.
It's
Oh
enough.
my goodness.
We know it can't be fully bulked because that is a the critical hit could have
Critical
mattered.
hit.
But if that Blastoise is outspeeding a Charizard, it can't be fully bulky. So it's probably if the crit probably didn't matter there, I imagine.
Oh, and the
the
Flare Blitz
Sylveon.
in Sun taking out the Sylveon.
And after that Calm Mind, it was heartbreaking for Jared.
It would be very interesting to see if that Sylveon sticks around without that critical hit from the Water Spout.
I
but
feel for Jared because he's played this game 3 really well so far. That Solar Beam taking out the Mega Blastoise. We now have Fake Out back on the board
and
for both players.
We do know from previous turns that this Sneasler previous games that this Sneasler is faster than Jared's Charizard here.
Yeah, I almost wonder if does Jared take a risk here and just attack with both and try and get rid of that Sneasler and just hope that Fake Out, because we've seen Tim threaten Fake Out but not actually click it before. He clicked Poison Jab in game 1, I believe it was, where he just clicked the Poison Jab instead of the Fake Out.
Absolutely, and we know that this Blastoise also has Fake Out, so some Fake Out mind games potentially here from our players. We know that effectively Tim's side of the field is the fastest, and we do
Going
see
with
that
the safe
Fake
play,
Out going
safe play.
into the Blastoise.
Oh no!
And that Poison Touch coming to play
51%
again.
of the time, works every time.
So we can see that Jared did attempt, and the Sneasler avoids the
Misses
attack.
it. Oh, that's unlucky.
The nature of Heat Wave.
Yeah, a lot of bad luck there for Jared. But, good on Jared for being aggressive, clicking that Heat Wave when he could have protected in front of the Fake Out threat.
So we will see the Sinistcha coming back.
With that nice bit of heal for Sneasler. It doesn't need it. It's full health with a sash,
Yeah,
so
full health with
it
a
doesn't
sash.
need the healing.
It does not. And we haven't had a reveal of the 4th Pokemon that Jared has brought, but you'd have to believe that there is a Basculegion sitting in the back
You just kind of... We know that Charizard Y is in range here of Sneasler's attacks.
Yes.
So it's not as simple as just clicking Heat Wave here. Jared is in a tough position. The Blastoise is being whittled away by Poison.
I mean, the sun is still up, but
But if...
there is the potential to get a big-ish Water Spout off here
Potentially,
for Jared.
If Jared tries to be clever and switch in Basculegion here, that Machagotcha is also a threat. Machagotcha hitting Blastoise and Basculegion for super effective damage.
So Jared correctly reading where Tim wanted to put that Poison Jab, and the Dark Pulse coming out and putting significant damage onto that Sinistcha.
45%. I mean, it hasn't got that Mega Launcher and stat boost of a Mega Blastoise. But it could be handy chip. That could come into it. Oh.
And Machagotcha not quite taking out the Blastoise here, but
Blastoise is not long for this world with that poison chip as well.
yes.
It's like, do you switch out the Blastoise just to get that Fake Out pressure next turn? We know that poison jab is, I would say, very likely to kill that Charizard Y.
Absolutely.
Or knock it out.
And unfortunately, Jared has no redirection available to him, so wherever Tim decides to place his moves is where they are going to be going on this turn. The trainers taking their time to feel out this turn, a pivotal turn of this match, you'd have to believe. That Blastoise will be getting knocked out at the end of this turn, regardless if it stays on the field, because the residual poison damage will more than likely take it down to 0 from where it is currently.
Yeah, it's on 12%. It's just... Oh!
The 2% live and the hit. Oh my!
Oh, Mystic, don't tell me Mystic. Okay.
Arcaberry.
Not another miss, surely. Still not enough to... That doesn't... Sneasler does have surprising amount of bulk in it. Like, that Sneasler is not as frail as people think it is.
And the
That's
Dark
enough.
Pulse picking up the Sinistcha. So Jared has provided... Oh, well, no, because if this Blastoise gets knocked out, he's going to have to bring in his 4th Pokemon. We assume that it is... And it's a 1% live! Jared has created a situation here where the Incineroar is coming in and is not going to be able to intimidate Jared's fourth Pokemon? Again, we're assuming it is the Basculegion, but it is potentially the best Pokemon for Jared to have here.
Sun is over, so there's no concerns about Sun weakening the Basculegion's attacks.
Jared has the potential here that he is going to go to a 1v2, but I don't believe either of Tim's Pokemon would be able to take out a lone Basculegion.
Well, Tim could have just double protected here and let the Blastoise died a poison chip at the end, but no, chooses to confidently attack with the Incineroar, not taking any chances.
So we do come into a turn here.
I actually just realised that Tim's Sneasel doesn't have Protect. That's why he had to go for that play, because it actually has Quick Guard.
It does,
Quick Guard could protect against an Aqua Jet here, but his open team sheet does... I don't think Jared's clocking an Aqua Jet here. I think it's a Wave Crash every day of the week.
I mean, it is Jared Clapton.
True.
Team builder extraordinaire.
You don't even need... do you even maybe... Because you have that Throat Chop. You could call it and you could Aqua Jet the Sneasler to stop the Sneasler knocking out the Charizard. And then Charizard just getting some chip on Incineroar. You could click Last Respects into the Sneasler just to not take a recoil from Wave Crash. There's so many options here. But Jared's in a huge chance here. The Poison Jab.
Going into the Basculegion.
No, realizing that the win con here is that 10% chance of sleep.
And the poison happens.
Doesn't matter. I think the poison was like the worst case scenario. The Blast Bird does hit, that 90% accurate move.
And are we going to see a Wave Crash into the Incineroar here from Jared?
Surely.
The Throat Chop goes into the Basculegion first, and it lives on 15% HP.
Oh, that poison.
And the Wave Crash into the Incineroar. Jared Clapton picking up the final Pokemon and going up 2 games, taking himself into a top 4 match against our top seed, Peter Vowles.
Basculegion, it's knocking itself out with the recoil and the Life Orb chip there, but it doesn't matter because Charizard is still on the field. Charizard in critical damage itself. Basically no HP left.
Sitting there on 2% health.
What a wild back and forth game. And honestly, I could almost feel for Tim there. I think he knew in that last turn, I think he knew that the win con was a Dire Claw sleep.
Why? He was not running Dire Claw.
Wasn't I could Poison Jab.
Poison Jab Poison Touch.
I'm so used to seeing Sneasler clicking, fishing for those Dire Claw sleeps. Poison Jab. I mean, maybe, a critical hit plus, you and Incineroar was going first. Maybe. But Basculegion, once again, did Basculegion things.
Basculegion did Basculegion things, holding on with just enough health to live the... What is that dark move called? Throat Chop.
Throat Chop.
I need to take a break.
What's crazy is that, how do you beat a setup Mega Blastoise? Easy. Charizard Y.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought that the answer to every threat in the game is just Charizard Y?
Okay, viewers, we are going to cut to a very short break while we wrangle up our unfortunate loser of the top 4 playing, Timothy Nurse, to find out how his tournament went.
A valiant in defeat loser. I think that was a tough matchup, and it could have gone either way. Honestly, all 3 of those games were on a knife's edge.
They were, and we will find out from the perspective of our unfortunate loser after this very short break, and we will be right back. Welcome back, viewers. I am joined by the unfortunate loser. I'm not Chris Marr. We'll have to talk to production about that one. I'm joined by our unfortunate loser of the top 4 play-in, the first seed going in to the O2 Drop Invitational, Timothy Nurse. Tim, a very unfortunate series of games there against Jared, but excellent games to watch.
They probably were. I wouldn't really call it unfortunate, especially that game 3. I think a lot of things went my way. I made a few misplays. And I got the crit, bailed me out turn 1. That was really swingy. Because then I got the knockout on Sylveon because of that, which could have just blasted me so hard.
Yes.
And then I got yeah, that was really lucky. So
Yeah.
just played bad.
I mean, it happens to the best of us. How was your prep for this tournament? I know you've been doing some of our subscriber tournaments with a similar team that had double redirection, but on this one you opted to go for the more traditional triple setup, as it's dubbed.
Yeah, I didn't play too much because I just been busy with other stuff. So I'm not playing in any. This was basically the big event I'm playing in this format. So
Yeah.
might as well get some reps in. But yeah, I like the mouse hold variant. It was just, especially a lot of the new Raichu Staraptor teams. It was like,
Just outspeeding it a little bit.
yeah, the mouse hold isn't great into that, and then your Sneasel not having Sash makes it way worse into Staraptor, into even Hisuian and Arcanine, which were Sash Flare Blitz can blow you up. So it's moving over, you bring King Gambit, and then King Gambit's great into Raichu, because you can get a bit of redirection, and then your Sucker Punch threatens so much of that team.
Yeah. Pretty much knocking out most of those Raichu-wise. Put yourself into some wonderful situations. You did, unfortunately, you were 2-1 coming in. Unfortunately, had to play the winning into top 4. Unfortunately, missing out on prizing by 1 match. It happens, but how did you feel your play has been today?
My play, I think overall my play was pretty good. Game 1, my first set may have been a bit sloppy, but it was a very read heavy matchup. I was playing against Big Six.
Yeah.
And then, round 3, I played against Big Six again. I played that really well. Just got a bit unlucky. So.
I mean, it does happen. Pokemon, RNG giveth, RNG taketh away.
Get a bit unlucky and then you get sent to the what do you call it, a top 8 match, and then just absolutely just played terribly in top 8. It's
I mean, they were enjoyable matches to watch for our perspective, for sure. They were very entertaining, getting into endgame situations where it felt like both players could win. Do you have any thoughts immediately on how you could have played those endgames or changed how the endgame came around?
I saw I poison jabbed the Charizard Y at 44%. I was like, oh, this will kill. I don't
live on 2% health.
I could have just protected Sinister that turn, and worst case is, I don't even think my Sneasler, maybe if he reads the protect, maybe he sleeps. But yeah, if Charizard lives, I protect Sinister. It still stays at 80%, and the next turn I can KO the Charizard, and then Bossos will go down to Poison Chip. So then I'll probably have 3 Mons against the 1 Bask, and that's an easy end game to win.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, look, commiserations for your finish in the play-in match, but congratulations on a great tournament. Congratulations on a great year. You were the #1 point getter in local events in Perth. How are you looking for 2027 season?
Bro, they ruined everything. On grand final day in the holidays. And then Sydney, you got to deal with Sydney being Sydney Price, and then it's also in the holidays. Nah.
Look, we gotta deal the hands we're dealt, unfortunately, but sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you just fold. You fold your hand. Nah.
Exactly. Well, look, we are going to cut to a break again, and we're going to bring you a very exciting semi-final match between Kieran Singh and Alistair Sandover. Any thoughts on how that match is going to go, Tim?
Any thoughts? Alistair had the interesting team. It was the Mega D-Knight with Sneasler.
Yeah.
Kieran played that matchup in round 2, I believe. He played Takumi running that same team. So Alistair probably would have talk to Takumi a bit, look at the lines, but from what I heard, it seems like it's a bit favored in the Big Six matchup. So not sure why you build a spicy team and then you lose to Big Six.
Yeah.
But they're both great players. I think it should be a great watch.
Absolutely. Well, on that, we will be right back with that first semi-final match. Stick around.
Welcome back, Drop family. We are very excited to bring you the top 4 match between Alistair and Kieran. A couple of the GOATs of Australian VGC. Sebbie, how are you feeling?
I'm super excited to watch. I think this is the matchup a lot of people were expecting to watch today in grand finals, so we're seeing it a bit early.
And we get to cast it. It's very exciting.
Yeah.
So let's talk about their teams. Kieran, we keep saying Big Six. I kind of wish we could come up with a better name.
Yeah.
VGC community, if you're listening, we need a better name than Big Six.
The
But
K6?
sure, like come put your suggestions in the comments. But we've got Mega Charizard Y and Mega Floette. So it is that pay to win version of Big Six. With Garchomp, Whimsicott, King Gambit, and Basculegion. There's just so many good mons on this team.
Yeah. There's just, everyone has a big button and they're going to get clicked and things are going to die trying, and that's what we're here to see.
And it's like whenever I'm building a team in Regulation MB, like when I've got that 6th slot, I need to slot something in. It's like, oh, what do I put on? It's like usually it's like one of these 6 usually one of the the Garchomp wins the Basculation and King Gambit. They're just such good mons in so many situations. We literally saw in that winning into top cut last round, the way to beat a Mega Blastoise was just bring Mega Venus. Bring Mega Charizard Y. The fire type beating the water type. It is just that good, and that is why these Charizard Y teams have just dominated Regulation MB. Not necessarily winning every single event. We have seen some recent Victory Road tours where there's been other teams that have done really well and even win, but just the sheer number of teams that do well in Regulation MB, like Mega Charizard Y, even on a team where it's just the sole Mega. It doesn't even need a backup Mega. It's just that good. And then we compare that to Alistair's team. So Alistair's running the same team as we saw Takumi run.
Yeah.
That is also got the Mega Floette. So we are going to see a Mega Floette mirror. But instead of Charizard Y, we have Mega Dragonite. And Mega Dragonite has a very good matchup into Mega Charizard Y. In case you don't remember from previously, Mega Dragonite is packing Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
And Charizard, no matter how much it wants to Mega out of it, is still a flying type.
Yeah. And there's always, we're seeing Thunderbolt a lot for the water things as well, but it's very much there to hit Charizard as well. So, yeah.
Electric coverage, we've got the Mega Raichus, right? But opportunity cost for running that electric type. There's not that many threatening electric types.
Basically just Raichu.
Yeah, but having an electric attack as a coverage move is just so strong in this regulation.
Yeah. I do miss Bolt Beam though.
You do miss Bolt Beam?
I do a bit.
You could run Starmie.
You could.
The old Bolt Beam Starmie, Ice Beam Thunderbolt.
I just like big running Starmie.
Big running Starmie, the physical version.
The Mega Starmie is so good.
It is. I'm a firm Mega Starmie believer. I've said it that it's my pick for Worlds. I think there'll be a very deep run. I'm not saying it's going to win Worlds. I'm not saying it, but I'm not saying it will. But
I'm just hoping we get to see it at Worlds.
Yeah.
And they hopefully play that animation that they did on April Fool's, where it's just Starmie running at the camera for 3 hours.
3 hours?
Yeah, I let the entire thing play out on my computer, and my housemates were driven insane by the end.
I just want to. I think they needed to give Mega Starmie a signature attack where it can do a bit of running. Some sort of meme animation that we could enjoy for generations to come. Kieran did go 3-0. All right, we have to acknowledge that. So he is, on paper, the favourite to win this set. However, Alistair, you can never count him out. I said this about Jared last round. Alistair beat Takumi in round 3, the Master versus the Apprentice. They were running the same team. Alistair has coached Takumi for years, coached him to regionals and internationals greatness. That was very exciting to see those two pair up, and they know each other so well. They know each other's teams so well. Takumi did win game 1, but Alistair coming back to clutch victory in games 2 and 3. Obviously, Alistair would not want to be in that situation again. He wants to win game 1. So how does he do it?
You're asking the wrong person here. I can look at the teams, I can look at stuff, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it's up to the players. I do not envy their position. I
actually think, apart from Kieran Sylveon, the Alistair's Dragonite is very well positioned here. You've got Thunderbolt coverage for Charizard, you got Thunderbolt coverage for Basculation. It's just a good Pokemon. You've got the King Gambit to deal with the things that the Dragonite doesn't like dealing with. Maybe that is the answer. Who knows? Maybe Dragonite is what's going to come in clutch here for Alistair. They are getting into the lobby now. We are about to start game 1.
Exciting.
Looking at so you've got the 2 Floettes. It's fire types. You've got Charizard versus Incineroar. We've got Garchomp. Let's have a look at the Garchomp's moveset. Does it have Rock Slide? Because where there's a Rock Slide, there's a way, as the famous VGC saying goes. We're not looking at the right teams here.
I don't believe there's a Garchomp.
Yeah, I'm looking at the graphics going. Here we go. We'll get the right teams up on the graphics so we can actually have an idea what we're talking about. But if Okay, there we go. It is a rock slide on the Citrus Berry Garchomp. Right, so Kieran is running a Citrus Berry Garchomp, so it's probably got a little bit of bulk to it. That rock slide is going to be very threatening to the Dragonite. It's threatening to every Pokemon because that 30% flinch rate. We have seen major tournaments like this very one here today. We have seen major and regionals won with a rock slide flinch before, especially in champions where that power level of the format, like just rock slide, even though it's a base 75 attack with shaky accuracy.
It's enough.
It's enough.
One flinch will change the whole game. And I must say, this Lifeall Basculegion has been putting in work. I'm surprised to see exactly how much damage this guy is doing.
All right, here we go. Enough talk. The time has come for action. Alistair on the right. You can tell with the Japanese names there. And Kieran on the left with just the name Trainer. He is a Pokemon trainer. All right, so Basculegion and Floette v King Gambit Dragonite. See, I did think Dragonite had a good matchup overall, and here we see it being led by Alistair.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Dragonite doesn't like being in front of the Floette here, but, you know.
Look, I wouldn't put it past, if it megas into that multi-scale Dragonite, it's probably going to live.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is... I probably would preserve the Dragonite potentially in the back. We see the Floette go for the Mega straight away, not mucking around is Kieran. But we do know that Fairy Aura boosted Dazzling Gleam and Moonblast can hit hard. And it has a Light of Ruin as well. So Kieran does threaten that nuke of an attack, Light of Ruin.
Raining beams.
Just goes for the spread. Opts get that spread on as much as possible. Breaks that multi-scale on the Dragonite. 34% damage to King Gambit. It's got good chip.
Oof. Oh, speaking of chip,
that Thunderbolt is huge.
Critty.
And
Did
the crit.
matter?
I think the crit.
No.
I want to say yes. Oh, hang on. We've got to realize that Mega Dragonite does have absurd special attack stat. Oof. Oh, the double KO by Alistair turn 1. That Iron Head, more than enough to take down the Floette, which is not very physically defensive. But that Thunderbolt did the crit matter because Basculegion's got 120 base HP stat, remember that, so...
True.
Oh, it's huge. I wonder if someone in the stream...
Oh, and he just forfeits after that explosive start.
If someone in the stream chat can do the damage counts for the Thunderbolt on Mega Dragonite, is that enough to one-hit KO a full health Basculegion? That is a huge turn 1 from Alistair. And now you've got to worry, is Kieran rattled? Like, he's just lost game 1 in top 4. He's gone 3-0 to get to this point. Straight into top cut. Bowled out turn 1. Turn 1.
He hasn't had to see Alistair all year, and the one time he rocks up, he just knocks him out in 2 seconds in the first game.
His nemesis has put Alistair has put a huge stamp on this game straight away. Like I mean, double knockout. I mean, look, part of me wanted Kieran to play on, get more information about Alistair's team, maybe get a bit more of an idea of Alistair's play style, maybe get more information on Alistair's sets.
Yep.
To see, but I mean, maybe he was just like, "No, I'm not wasting more time on this game. This game is done."
And doesn't want to give away any information leading into the next game, which I respect.
Yeah,
They're both
I
running
really
Floettes,
want to know whether that Thunderbolt crit mattered or not, because it is such a bulky Pokemon Basculegion.
And the flowers here again.
All right, so we have the same lead from Kieran. However, Alice has mixed it up, still with the King Gambit lead, but it's switched to Sneasler.
Yeah, he's got his poisonous little friend here, and this one does have Dire Claw, right? It does.
Yeah.
So we do have the option for not just poison here, but also sleep and paralysis might be a bit tricky.
And as always, that fake out pressure going into the Floette here.
Yikes.
So yeah, that Sneasler is Focus Sash on Burden. So there is no Poison Touch. There's not going to be as much Poison Proc as we saw in previous stream games. This is a Dire Claw Close Combat coaching Fake Out Sneasler with no Protect.
Well, let's not I won't even. I'm not even gonna say it. It starts with C and it ends with other words, and it's not the one that you might be thinking of. I'm just gonna stop now.
Well, look, they could have got an opportunity there for a coaching boost on his own King Gambit there, Alistair, but no, he switches out the Sneasler into Incineroar, gets that Intimidate drop onto the Basculesian, avoids getting the Defiant proc on the King Gambit.
Yeah.
For Kira is huge.
Crucial.
Yep. Basculesian at -1 does not do much damage into the... Oh my gosh, that is huge.
I'm not
That
surprised to
Kowtow cleave. One hit KO on Basculesian.
Does Sucker Punch pick that one up? I feel like you'd have to kowtow there.
I believe that they probably EV to make sure. Yeah.
That's insane.
That is another rough start for Kieran. Alistair's just, showing the old guard will not lay down and die and let these new generation players come in and take all the credit. This is very impressive so far from
It's
Alistair.
just aura farming right now.
Aura
just
farming.
on stream.
Doesn't even play the whole, Perth season, just rocks up, just showing that he's still got what it takes.
Yeah. Look at that pretty flower.
Okay.
She's ready to go.
Yeah, she's in full bloom. Fairy Aura is activated. However, Protect is a safe play because you still have that King Gambit to deal with, and Incineroar did have the fake out option, which definitely went into
Calls that out.
good protect by Floette there.
Oh, but the low kick.
But
on
it's
the
a
hit.
Choppleberry. This will not KO. Nice.
I was gonna say I don't believe you, Chris, but you know what you're talking
No,
about.
it is
living.
quad weak to fighting, but its low kick is a non-sun type attack bonus. It is the damage is halved to the berry. It was definitely going to live that.
That is wild.
All right, now what
a
do you
beefy
do?
king.
Do you the Incineroar at 69%? You'd think that in order to knock out the Incineroar, you'd have to commit to a Light of Ruin. A Dazzling Gleam or a Moonblast probably wouldn't do it. But the more threatening thing here is that King Gambit because we know it's got low kick, locked and loaded.
Yeah, a lot of offensive pressure coming out here. Big
Okay,
punchy.
it gets a bit of chip, 28% damage there. Light of Ruin misses!
Oh my lord.
Oh my gosh, 10% of the time, it loses every time.
Yikes.
That's fine. That is not a great turn for either player, really.
Still living.
Okay, that is a huge amount of damage on King Gambit, though. Like, it is a very bulky Pokemon. Getting it down, so Kieran's King Gambit now will drop to just about any attack, so that is a huge boon. Dragonite coming out, it will get outsped. That is the one thing that Floette has an advantage here. It has got the speed control, speed advantage, I should say.
Yeah.
Dragonite doesn't pack any sort of extreme speed, tech or anything like that. It is strictly a special attacker. You'd imagine that we're going to see a Mega Evolution just to get that multi-scale up, make sure that it doesn't drop to one fairy attack from that Floette.
Yeah, you just shoot me broad and mega.
What the danger is here, though, is that Mega Dragonite could get its multi-scale broken from a Sucker Punch from King Gambit,
Yeah.
and that would allow the Floette to knock it out.
Yeah, for sure. We're living with multi-scale, but not without. That's for sure.
Yeah. What does Dragonite here try and protect, and then no, does not protect. I was gonna say that because that Incineroar could have Flare Blitzed the. Oof. That's enough. Oh, I don't know if that was the play. I think I would have just done protect and let the Incineroar take care of the King Gambit.
But as we do say, that is the coward's option, so I commend him for not being a
Sometimes the coward's option is the correct option, though.
I mean, sure. But again, we are trying to aura farm on this stream right now, so I respect
But like, there's so much at stake. This is the O2 Drop Invitational.
True.
Now they're both down to 2 Pokemon each.
Then once again,
Whimsicott and Floette versus Sneasler and Incineroar. Whimsicott can set up Tailwind so that Sneasler outspeeds the Floette. Sorry, so that the Floette outspeeds the Sneasler, I should say. Sneasler at full health and does have that Focus Sash intact, which is huge.
protect by the winds, no cheeky
Yeah.
encore. Well, we can't encore this turn, but I was excited to see if there was a fake
2
out on
protects
time.
here. Whimsicott does have that encore, so Alistair has to be really careful what move he locks into. Dire Claw is a very safe attack here,
Yes.
as is Flare Blitz. Flare Blitz, would come close to knocking out the Floette. I mean, imagine that, people forget that Incineroar has 120 base attack, or 110 base attack, I think, actually. But I mean, Flare Blitz is a 120 base move coming off that same type of attack bonus.
Yeah.
And that 10% chance to burn, that burn
It comes
chip.
in clutch. I mean, we basically have every status that could potentially come out here. We've got Diaclaw and Flare Blitz, so...
Tailwind, just making sure that Floette goes first. I imagine it's going to try and click Dazzling Gleam here and just get as much damage on the board as possible. It's enough to kill the Incineroar, but which one is getting Diaclaw this turn? That is the question.
No.
Oof.
And...
I honestly think that Kieran is going to win game 2 here because I'm afraid that 32% HP Sneasler is not going to withstand a Moonblast and... Well, a double Moonblast, effectively, from Floette and Whimsicott.
All I can say is thank God that we don't have any spread moves on Sneasler.
Yeah.
That would be a world I don't want to live in, but there's the first game.
Second game. The first game went so quickly.
So quick,
we barely remember it. So, it is 1-1 here in top 4. It is 2 regional champions, 2 GOATs going at it. I wonder... did Alistair play himself out of another? Because he had that turn 1 for Alistair in game 2 was another great turn for him, and I think he could have won that game. So Kieran played himself back into the game and got the win. It is now 1-1. We go to game 3. I mean, this now gives Kieran the confidence and the advantage. Now Alistair is thinking, damn, I've thrown away my lead. I let Kieran get a game with me, so. But then again, I say that Alice is a very experienced player. He's done this a million times before. I don't think this is going to let him rattle him too much.
Yeah. And same for Kieran. I mean, they've both been in the hot seat at, high-ends and tournaments many, many times. This isn't the first time they've done it.
Mm-hmm. So it'll be interesting to see whether they shake it up a bit. We've seen Dragonite twice now on Alice's team. He does have that Mega Floette, though, as an option. Does that come out to try and shake things up a bit? Does he stick with tried and tested Dragonite? I don't think Kieran will be tricked into that sort of turn 1 that he had in game 1, where he just had to forfeit after the first turn. Yeah. I don't think we're going to see that again. So Alistair really needs to, respect Kieran's leads a bit more here. He's not going to let him
just going to make that same mistake
twice. No.
It looks like we're starting game 3.
Yes. All right.
I must say,
I'm not a big fan of Alistair has a Great Ball on one of his Pokemon. I can't stand the Great Ball.
No,
sorry,
just not it.
Big Picker, if you're listening, but the Great Ball's just not it.
Yeah.
All right, so we have the Floette. Alistair has shaken things up. We assume this means that Dragonite may not come into the fold this game 3 for Alistair. He's got the Floette Sneasler lead. The Sneasler not throwing too much against the Basculesian, but it could have Diaclawed into the Whimsicott, but instead it turns to switch out into the Incineroar, get that Intimidate drop on the Basculesian.
Teeny little Intimidate there for both of them.
That is a big deal, though, because Basculesian can do Basculesian things, but once you start getting those attack drops, it tends to be a lot more vulnerable.
For sure. And I mean, just stupid amounts of damage when it's just unchecked. It's just ridiculous.
That chip. So it does a Floette drop to a -1. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Not today.
Well, it could still drop to a Wave Crash. It could still drop to a Wave Crash. It does drop to a Wave Crash. Like, even at -1, that Basculesian doing so much damage. You got to remember that it's Life Orb, adaptability, boosting the same type of attack bonus to, is it 2.2?
2.25, I thought, yeah.
Yeah, a crazy amount of damage boost there.
So he doesn't really care about Intimidate at the end of the day, which is hilarious.
I mean, it probably wouldn't have picked up that Moonblast chip from Whimsicott was really important.
True.
What sets is Kieran using? We've had it in the chat. Big 6. I mean, what more do you need to know?
The King Gambit has low kick.
Whimsicott has Moonblast, Tailwind, Encore, Protect. Basculesian has Wave Crash, Aquajet, Protect, Last Respects.
I guess the no Protect is sort of significant on the Choppleberry, because he almost doesn't need to Protect when you have the Chopple. So opting for 4 attacks, I guess.
Yep. Which is a choice. Yep. And the Charizard's got, Weather Ball, Solar Beam, Heatwave. We haven't seen that out yet at the moment. The Floette, Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, Light of Ruin. All right, so we've got Wave Crash once again.
Dodging the Protect. Oh, but living on one again. Jeez.
Crazy. And that critical hit. Okay, well, it dies to... It faints the recoil, which is great for Alistair. Doesn't have to worry about... the Protect. So the Incineroar is stuck in the field. Yep.
How many 1% lives have we had today? I know it's dead now, but yikes, there's been too many.
Yeah, that is... Just to reiterate, that is not a Focus Sash King Gambit. That is survived on 1% after a crit.
Yeah.
Now this is...
Do you reckon he couched the crit live?
Surely not. I don't think people go into it that much, but maybe I'm wrong. That's a Love Ball.
A Love Ball, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder which Pokemon has the Love Ball. That's a very stylish ball.
Can you even get Love Balls in ZA? Or can you catch Floette in your own...
I don't think you can catch a Love Ball. Correct us if we're wrong, chat, but maybe it's a home transfer. Or maybe when you recruit Pokemon on the ranch, they have a small chance of coming up.
Recruit Floette, can you? Or...
Not Floette, no. But is the Floette in the Love Ball, though? I don't know what the ball was.
I didn't see.
Anyway, back to the game. We're speculating.
Gleams.
Get some good chip. There was a Protect by King Gambit there, but some chip into Incineroar, always useful. Parting Shot on Floette. Get that special attack drop.
Yeah. Don't need any more damage coming out of that little thing. Too much. Sneasel hits the field.
Do you know what it reminds me of? A shiny Mega Floette. It looks like an umbilical cord. It looks like an umbilical cord coming out of its back.
Yeah.
It's actually quite like sci-fi horror for me, that Mega Floette from behind.
What is the shiny color again?
Sorry, not shiny. It's just the eternal. The
Mega
Mega.
form.
I actually don't know what this one looks like. It hasn't been released yet.
Yeah,
but
I was gonna say.
the red lumpy rope.
Yeah,
coming out of its body. It's
a
not.
bit umbilical.
It's not a very comforting sight.
It's too ribbed.
Yeah, it's too ribbed. But it is a comforting sight for Kira, because it has just done a massive chunk of damage to Alice's team, and is taking scalps.
Yeah. So I'm still chuckling at the ribbed comment.
I'm
just
trying
recover
to
very
ignore.
quickly.
I didn't want to further and use that analogy. Okay, so Sucker Punch failed because Whimsicott picked Protect. Floette just goes for that Dazzle Beam again. Does Sneasler Dire Claw into the Floette here? Surely you need to threaten some damage on this Floette. Close combat. Interesting. I wonder why. Why close combat? Have I missed something?
Did he know he was going to crit?
Maybe maybe it's the for the white herb boost. There's no Unburden. No, I don't understand. It's got Dire Claw. It has got Dire Claw. I'm not sure why it clicked close combat, because it is a resisted hit to both Pokemon on Kieran's side of the field. Incineroar comes in, Intimidate, not really a factor, but it does have Fake Out pressure, and it can't be on-called into Fake Out because it is a Dark type.
True. That's something I almost always forget. At least once a year.
Yes, Dark types are immune to priority moves like on-call status moves.
What's he gonna do?
Alice's Incineroar has Flare Blitz, Raw, Parting Shot, Fake Out. Doesn't have that Throat Chop, which wouldn't be helpful here anyway. That
A
Flare
whole lot of
Blitz is...
sound-based moves, but yeah. Or just the Dark type, you mean, yeah.
Oh, I
Advice
honestly
is
thought that would live, but I keep forgetting that Fairy Aura, as you may forget, Fairy Aura boosts the attack on all Fairy type attacks on the field. So even Whimsicott with its base 80 special attack or whatever it is, it's still a high base power move, boosted by Fairy Aura, boosted by same type attack bonus. It's enough.
You could have the Mark Murray build, 252, 252.
It could
That'll
be.
do it.
Yeah, look, it is very commonly run with a Focus Sash set. Incineroar eats its Citrus Berry with about 25% HP. Will this live a Moongler? I think this is still enough.
Ooh, I don't know. I think he's dead.
Yeah. Well, that's just too
Bye-bye.
strong. Too strong. Ah, Alistair.
Well, there it goes.
It means...
Well played.
Yeah. Well, Alistair has succumbed to the serious threat that is Kieran. Kieran is now 4-0 in this Ocean Drop Invitational. Surely at this point could be the favourite to win. He's defeated 3 regional champions to get to where he is now. He's defeated Ben, O'Neill, Takumi Matsuo and Alistair Sandover now in a row in one event. That's
Back to back to
crazy.
To back.
So, Kieran Singh through to the final. Who is he going to play? We will find out shortly because the other semi-final in top 4 is Peter Vowles versus Jared Clapham.
Get the rematch. Not that was on stream. But
Yes, that
that'll
was
be
a very
exciting.
exciting game. Honestly, think it could have gone either way. Alistair proving that he's still a threat to be taken seriously. Almost had Kieran's number there. It was a very thrilling best of 3 to call, and we were treated by once again 2 of the finest players to ever do it.
Yep, explosive game. Love to see it. Great job, Bale.
Well, we will be back very shortly with yet another player interview for you. And after that, we are going to the other top 4 match. We want to get as much of these epic battles on stream for you as possible. Show the talent that Perth has to offer. Because, no longer Perth Regionals anymore. So this is the premier Perth event.
It really is.
It really is. It really is. And look, I think I want to quick shout out to everyone who's been part of this, co-host of the Entry Drop, Dan Baguley, did all the overlays for this. Andrew at AM Gaming, sitting here doing it as putting all the input into the computer.
Yeah,
I don't know
we'd
how
be
to
lost
do.
for that,
I don't know
yeah,
how to do
right.
graphics. I don't know how to bring things up on the stream and have all the graphics like that. So
Just standing
we
there
need
like
smarter
that John
people than
Travolta
us.
meme, just not knowing where to be or what to do while it's all happening around me. It's been
Right, we'll be right back. We are going to grab Alistair Sandover for an interview, have a chat with him, and then after that, we'll be into the other top 4 game. We'll be back very shortly.
Stay tuned.
And we are back. Welcome back, everyone. I am here with top 4 finish, Alistair Sandover. How's it feel to make it so close but so far?
Oh, feeling great. We had great games there. Obviously, I'd like to go further, but it's the result. Got to accept it.
That crazy game 1, right, where he just forfeited turn 1 after you just took a double KO. I honestly thought Alistair's got this.
More of those, please.
He's won the mental game. He's won game 1, and then in those moments in game 2 where I thought you had the win. I'm too old to remember turn by turn, but did you feel like there was a turn that cost you in game 2? Because I thought you had the advantage.
Yeah, I did feel like I was ahead for most of the game there. I think the turn where I switched in Dragonite instead of Sneasler when he had Floet and King Gambit on the field may have been not the best, but the reason for that was because I didn't want to risk like protect or fake out mind games and lose focus sash on Sneasler when I'm probably going to need it to deal with Floet.
Yeah.
So that's why I went Dragonite there. But because I went Dragonite, that opened me up to Sucker Punch, Dazzling Gleam, and losing Dragonite. So yeah, probably could have played that a bit better, but that's okay.
Just quick back to game 1 when you did the Mega Dragonite Thunderbolt into Basculesian, it got the critical hit and 1-hit KO on Basculesian. A little bit to everyone's surprise, does the crit matter?
Yes, definitely.
Definitely does matter.
That never KOs a Basculesian. Like,
I didn't think so.
I've never seen it KO a Basculesian. But the thing is, I was so far behind on the lead. I was like, all right, I've just got to go for this and see what happens after. I'm probably going to lose anyway. But
sometimes you just got to go for it, and courage pays off.
Yeah, I mean, like MB, there's a lot of variance, so you got to roll with it, I guess.
Mm-hmm. So you are the latest person to fall victim to Big Six. First of all, how do you feel about that name for this team?
Wrong. Like if anyone played in 2016, you know what a real Big Six is.
Yeah.
Is all I'll say about that.
Please come up with a better name for this Charizard team, the Charizard Y Omega Floet team. Congratulations, though. You do still get $50 for finishing top 4.
Ooh,
so you
nice.
didn't walk away empty-handed. So $50 is better than no dollars.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that your only prize money you've won this season?
Yes, it is.
That's pretty easy math.
yeah.
Your season's earnings, $50, done.
I did say to everyone like at the beginning of today that this is my first live tournament since Anaheim last year. So nice to see everyone, and yeah, I'll take $50 as well.
Where did your team come from? Because we saw Takumi running the same 6, your apprentice. Mega Dragonite is not something that I've had much experience playing against or with. What inspired this team?
Yeah, so I thought I saw Mega Dragonite and I was thinking, like, are there any Pokemon other than Charizard that can KO Charizard, Garchomp, King Gambit, and Basculesian? I thought, like special Mega Dragonite can one-hit KO a Garchomp with Dragon Pulse. It can hit Basculesian with Thunderbolt, as you saw. Heat Wave can hit Whimsicott and King Gambit. So I thought, maybe there's something here. Multi-scale's a great ability as well. So as a lead, it's very positive in terms of damage trading. You can lead it and get a good coverage hit off. So just sort of ended up building around that.
It's actually interesting having a Heatwave and Mega Dragonite. I wonder, like, because the Charizard Big Six team is everywhere so often. Like, how many times do you find that in like testing this team, they set the sun for you for that Heatwave?
Yeah, quite often actually. It's really nice, and it lets you do extra damage on the King Gambit, which is crucial because as we know, King Gambit probably the best Pokemon in the format, and you need ways to hit it.
Yeah. Do you see this Charizard team winning Worlds this year, or do you think that someone is out there in the kitchen cooking something that just has a good matchup onto this team?
The Charizard team being like the one Kieran used?
Yes.
It very well could win Worlds, I think. It's got tools to offensively beat like almost anything that comes its way. Even in like 50-50 sort of matchups or even-ish matchups, like you can make good calls. Because it's got all the tools. You got Tailwind, big damage, priority, coverage. Yeah.
When those heat waves hit.
And good spread as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Any other takeaways? Obviously, you're not competing at Worlds this year. Kieran will be, so good luck to Kieran. But just any other takeaways from this tournament? Like anything you thought that was on your team that performed well? Anything that you saw people use that you thought was a good idea?
I played Peter round 1. He had a really strong team too. I think you may have already seen it, or you will see it coming up next. It's Mega Raichu Y with Staraptor and a supporting cast. Really good offense there again. So that's another good composition, I think. But there's several, but I think the team Kieran has used has sort of proved itself time and time again.
It has indeed. All right. Well, congratulations on the $50.
Thank you.
2027 season. we gonna see
Thanks
you
to
back
Brisbane being on Melbourne, grand final weekend.
Yep.
No, so that kind of
No.
kills the season.
Staying
for me.
in retirement.
Yeah, for now. Hiatus, I like to call it.
Hiatus.
I'm still in touch. Like,
Don't sleep on you.
I'm
Don't sleep
playing
on Alice's
online.
handover.
I made it here.
You did.
But,
You did. All the way to the top 4.
I'm just not showing up to things as much these days. That's all.
Fair enough. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. Great to have you back in the Perth local scene, showing them how it's done. And look, hopefully I'll see you in the Perth local scene again soon. And then congratulations once again, top 4 finish to Drop Invitational.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, viewers. My name is Joel, and I'm joined once again by Sebbie. Sebbie, our final round together. We have reached the penultimate moment of the O2 Drop Invitational. We are about to go into semi-final number 1, where we have our number 1 seeded player, Peter Vowles, versus one of my personal favourite players to join in the O2 Drop Invitational this year, Jared Clappin. The things we have seen from this team...
4 beams.
4 beams. It is being quite the team. I'm quite excited for this matchup. Number 1 seed versus the individual who got in on the 4th place playoff.
Yeah.
What do you make of this matchup, Sebbie?
Well, it's a classic matchup. I mean, Pete and Jared get on off the field and off the field. I feel like you literally have to flip a dice or a coin if you want to know how Jared's going to do. I feel like he is his own worst enemy. And
Yes.
But he can also just, like, as we've seen today, if anyone wanted to count him out, he's in top 4. So...
Yeah. He has steamrolled himself into a position. This is effectively a $50 money match where... the loser walks away with 50 and the winner gets the opportunity to make up to 150 in the final match. So the teams we have, of course, we've seen Jared many times on stream already. We have the Blastoise Charizard, Sylveon Farigiraf, Basculegion, and Whimsicott. The Farigiraf, of course, equipped with Roar to mitigate the recharge turn on the beam moves that 3 of his Pokemon carry.
It's pretty cool tech, I must say. I was a little bit upset that he didn't have Twin Beam, but Farigiraf is already a Pokemon that's kind of fighting for every slot in its moveset, and I love that Roar for just reactivating half a beam. So cool.
Absolutely. And of course, Peter Vowles on the other side, our number 1 seed, has taken himself from 5th seed all the way up to 1st seed in this tournament. Hisuian Arcanine Farigiraf, the Raichu Y Mega. King Gambit, Staraptor, and Sylveon. A great team when you look at it.
Yeah, and it's been unkillable on the stream before. We saw this Staraptor basically just sitting there and laughing at its opponents. Doesn't really care what you're doing.
No, we got some information from Peter that he knew the calc off the top of his head that he could just sit there and live a Hydreigon Draco Meteor with a +1. And he did. He got the miss on that on the Draco Meteor, but an incredible Pokemon when it's being piloted the way that it's being piloted here today.
Got to play with confidence and know them calcs, and he knew the calcs, and he's just making it work and far out. Crazy stuff.
Obviously, I am not as good as the individuals that we have playing here today, but I really hope this is a match where Peter can bring Raichu Y. I love that little Pokemon to death. I want to see it do something, but it's hard. I mean, actually, it does super effective damage to both of Jared's Megas here, so it could be the play for Peter in this match.
Yeah, I'd love to see a little bit of it. I mean, Raichu is one of those Pokemon that's, you never got to see much of it, but it's had a bit of a resurgence.
And here we go in to our first match of our number 1 semi-final, Jared Clappin versus Peter Vowles. We see Jared going for the Whimsicott and Charizard lead into Peter's Raichu and Farigiraf.
He's here.
The rat is on stream.
She's here. My apologies. I wish Raichu had the love heart-shaped little tail like Pikachu, but alas, I am not designing the game or the models, so they are inferior.
I think the female Raichu actually has a dull point where the male Raichu has a pointed
pointy point.
Yes, a pointy point.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that makes sense. No further comment.
So here we see, obviously, there's no fake out from... Well, there is actually fake out. Apologies from Raichu that is possible into this turn. Jared potentially looking to go fast, something that we haven't seen him do as yet.
Yeah, he's got the double. And here comes Wolfie, ready to bark.
So we do see that pivot away from the Farigiraf in to Hisuian Arcanine on Peter's side of the field. Both players opting to Mega on the first turn, so we're not going to see any Blastoise action from Jared in this match.
I'm just waiting to see what this little Raichu is going to do, oh my lord. Get him.
Opt in for the fake out.
You don't want to see anything coming out of that Charizard this turn. Tailwind gets up for free though. But we could also see Encore next turn. Yes, we do. So
Yep. Potential
See how he plays
Encore
around
from Whimsicott. Apologies. But of course, this is Hisuian Arcanine equipped with extreme speed, a move with +2 priority. It will be able to move before anything on Jared's side of the field, should Peter wish to go down that route.
And you'd have to have pretty big balls to sit there and actually press Encore in front of Flare Blitz there. I don't know if that's a trade he's willing to take, but we'll see.
We will find out. Okay, our trainers taking their time to choose their actions in this match. Understandable with the stakes that are on the line here. Jared, of course, most likely to be moving first with Tailwind on his side, and Peter opting to retreat his Raichu into Farigiraf here.
Perhaps anticipating that Encore coming out from the winds.
And Jared opting on this turn just to go for damage, it looks like.
Big chip from the Heat Wave. Well, not big, but
Chip's chip.
chip's chip.
Chip is chip, taking Farigiraf down to its Citrus Berry range, and Arcanine resisting that fire damage. This head smash.
I love that animation, and I love seeing Charizard getting knocked out. So that's an endorphin rush right there.
And Charizard, of course, getting removed in one hit by Peter's Hisuian Arcanine, a Pokemon we haven't seen yet on any of the matches, I believe, coming out and doing big damage from the get-go.
Love to see Arcanine. And loving the way that Hisui Arcanine has splashed up the meta as well. I think Rock Slide's a silly move, and Head Smash is even better, and just love seeing it get thrown out.
100%. So now Jared has brought out his Basculegion at neutral. Hasn't been affected by Intimidate on the field at all. But Whimsicott, not typically a Pokemon that is outputting a lot of damage. It's there mostly for its support, of course. But Jared does have access here to Helping Hand or Encore, Moonblast, potentially look at boosting the damage, but he does in fact go for the retreat into his own Farigiraf here.
Two long boys looking at each other.
You have to believe that Peter would be the Wave Crash has missed its target due to the Protect going up on the Hisuian Arcanine and Farigiraf activating Trick Room. Now, I'm not sure if Peter is aware of just how slow Jared's Pokemon are.
Yes.
Because he has put himself, we know this because we've seen Jared on stream several times already.
Yes.
He's put himself at a not advantageous position at all by putting the Trick Room up here.
And this was the one that was underspeeding the Incineroar previously, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is a slow fishy right here.
This is a very slow Basculegion, and I'm not sure if Peter knows that.
It'd be interesting.
So Peter was in a very commanding position, but I think it's not out there to say that he may have put himself into a bad position here. But let's find out what happens in this turn. Peter's Farigiraf
Protect first.
going for the Helping Hand. And that Flare Blitz targeting in.
Wow, he picked the right target, and he's rewarded pretty well for that in the sun. Clean knockout. Yikes.
Oh, and we did actually miss the fact that Jared had Tailwind up, but now that Tailwind is gone. So now we are playing at a speed that Jared has actually built this team for.
True, yeah. He's officially ready.
He's ready for it. So this Life Orb Basculegion now equipped with a 150 base power, last respects.
Yeah.
And a Whimsicott that effectively only can really click Moonblast currently, as it's unable to Encore into the opposition due to Farigiraf being on the field.
Yeah. Really shutting that one down.
E-Speed going into the Whimsicott slot there, hitting it for just over 40% damage.
That's how well he took it.
And Farigiraf following up with the Psychic and getting that special defense drop into the Whimsicott.
It's a tanky wins.
Very tanky wins. The sun
In
up,
the
of
sun.
course.
Yeah, that's the only reason that Basculegion isn't one-shotting everything, because the sun's up. But Life Orb and Adaptability still hitting really hard.
The follow-up Moonblast picking up the Farigiraf. So now Jared is free to be clicking Aquajet should he wish to. There goes the sun. We're still under Trick Room here. So Wave Crash back up to full strength.
Yep.
But of course, I mean, I'm not sure the speed interaction here, but I would not be shocked at all if this Basculegion is actually slower.
Yeah.
Or should I say faster under Trick Room than this King Gambit.
Yeah. Surely, I think, based on what we've seen, but again, does Pete know?
How would he know?
How would he?
So Hermes going for that helping hand. I expect to see the E-Speed going into the Whimsicott. So Whimsicott taken out. Jared going down to one remaining Pokemon and a 200 base power. Last respect. The count out so that... There we go.
There it is.
There it is.
Well,
So for those of us that were guessing, we now find out that the Farigiraf... Not the Farigiraf. Apologies. The King Gambit on Peter's side of the field is, in fact, a lower base speed than Jared's zero speed Basculegion. So good information for both players to have going into this final match. But how does Jared change the narrative here and give himself that chance to win? You'd say he wasn't playing overly aggressive in that match just then.
I mean, I want to see more beams.
More beams.
I want to see more beams.
We want to see the blast burn.
I want what the crowd wants.
We want to see... I don't even know the name of that. What is the...
Frenzy Plant... Hydro Cannon?
Hydro Cannon? Yeah, there you go. Moves we never have to deal with, but...
Your brother used it back in the day, and we've never seen it since.
Yeah,
but-
exactly. Because, you know, you never use any moves other than those that do damage to the opponent's trainers. No, a very... It felt probably closer than it was. Peter was in control for that whole match, really. We barely saw Raichu Y on the field. It retreated and then it wasn't really needed again. So for Jared to turn this around, I'm uncertain how we could do it. But Blastoise potentially just too much of a risk to bring into the opposition. Maybe Jared has to seize the moment and just go slow with the team that he's built, probably to be a slower team.
Yeah, basically. And, just fire them beams, Jared. Fire them out. Give him the beam.
Give him the big beam. Look, I want to see this go to a best of three, but yeah, like I said, Peter felt very dominant in that game. I'm sure Jared can turn it around. He's done it before on stream already today, but he spoke to me previously between rounds and he said, I wish that my match went first because I was running on adrenaline and now I've settled down. So, yeah.
So that's the hardest thing sometimes, is keeping your steam up throughout a long tournament. Everyone here is just so strong. Keeping up your beams for the whole day is the hardest part sometimes, but we're in the next game.
We are. So, Peter leading Arcanine and Raichu, and Jared going for Farigiraf and Sylveon. Of course, removing the extreme speed and fake out options for Peter on turn one. A good strategy. Does this Farigiraf have enough training to survive a double to get Trick Room up for Jared?
I want to say no, but realistically, there's no fake out. I don't know. I do not like Farigiraf's position here. I must be honest.
No, Zap Cannon will come out and do huge damage, and of course, the Hisuian Arcanine has access to both Flare Blitz and a Head Smash. Big base power moves doing big potential damage, and here we see Peter going, of course, for the Mega Raichu Y immediately.
No guard.
No guard active on the field. And that Zap Cannon does come out and go into the Farigiraf, taking it down.
Oh no, here's our first RNG. Big paralysis.
Big paralysis.
And
it is enough.
No
so
trick room this
no
time.
trick room for Jared. Of course, I was about to say taking it down into Citrus Berry range, but of course, Jared's Farigiraf does not have Citrus Berry. It has Culber Berry.
Ooh.
You have to wonder if healing was available to Jared on that Farigiraf. Would it have lived that Flare Blitz?
And it's the eternal problem. You either tech for living King Gambit or you tech for living everything else. And tough.
Absolutely. So here we see Whimsicott coming into the field on Jared's side. The Hyper Voice that Sylveon blasted out in the previous turn, doing plenty of damage on the field there. Taking Raichu down into very low HP and doing respectable damage on a resist from the Arcanine.
Yeah. Just yelling regardless of the type matchup there, just screaming and lowering health bars.
So unfortunately with the Farigiraf gone, I would have to say unlikely we're going to see any beams and raw shenanigans coming out of Jared's side.
Yeah, it is looking a bit dicey.
Having to play potentially a more honest style, but going for the Protect here, and I expect to see a Tailwind out of this Whimsicott.
Just set up for next turn, preserve Sylveon, try not to die. Dying's bad, generally.
It is bad, and that Zap Cannon going into the Sylveon slot, so... And the Arcanine follow-up, so Peter was in fact looking for a big knockout on another big threat from Jared. You'd have to say that turn goes to Jared there.
Yep.
Very well played out. Has given himself speed advantage. Of course, we don't know the training exactly of this Sylveon, but could it now be faster than the Raichu and the Arcanine?
I'm not sure with Raichu. I wouldn't be surprised to see it outspeeding Arcanine, but yeah, geez.
Raichu, of course, 130 base speed? And I think Sylveon is 65?
I feel like it's slower than Glaceon. I think it's base 60.
60, so... Oh, and Raichu going for the Protect here. And the Moonblast going into that
Also
Protect
in
slot.
there.
Jared attempting to reposition himself here, doing so quite successfully.
Hanging on with Focus Sash.
Yep, so Focus Sash will activate for the Whimsicott here. Any secondary effects? I don't think we...
Oh,
there it
there's
is.
the curse. He said it, and here it is. Oh no.
Unfortunately, the commentator's curse going into Jared's side of the field there. Jared going down to 2 remaining Pokemon. 2 strong remaining Pokemon under Tailwind here.
Yeah.
I would assume that Peter has a Farigiraf in the back, so potentially not wanting to use Aqua Jet here on Jared's side of the field.
And yet, if you don't... Oh, jeez. And we know how slow this Bask is. This is a really tricky little speed dynamic here, actually.
It is. I hope Jared has a good understanding of the interaction of speed here, because he's going to need it to find a way out of this situation and pushing it into a game 3. So both our trainers taking their time here.
We've seen Basculegion make comebacks like this before. I would never count out a Basculegion.
Basculegion can, of course, do Basculegion things.
No switches, just the Protect off the bat. So he probably could have gotten away with it, but...
Reading, that's where the Zap Cannon goes, and now we have important information that Sylveon under Tailwind is going to move before the Arcanine and has removed that very, very big threat of Zap Cannon in to the Basculegion. Sylveon holding on with 9% HP. That head smash is such a big attack.
Absolutely brutal stuff. Holy. And he still hasn't lost a Pokemon. He's looking pretty good.
Lost the Raichu.
Lost the Raichu, sorry. I was looking at the wrong spot. My lord.
What are you looking for here as Jared? Obviously, again, you're going slow. I think Jared probably has 1 or 2 turns of Tailwind remaining. If this Farigiraf clicks Trick Room, it could pivot to be a very good position for Jared to be in. 2 nukes available to Jared, though. He can last respects into the Arcanine slot and can do a Hyper Beam into the Farigiraf slot, which, depending on the training of Farigiraf, and we haven't seen the interaction yet, could very much knock out this Farigiraf in one hit with a Hyper Beam.
Surprised.
Sylveon playing passive here, so Jared potentially looking to get into a Trick Room situation.
protect from Arcanine as well. Oh, we're all protecting. Who's going to be the odd one out? Imagine not bringing your protect to the protect party.
A crazy turn of events. So the tailwind now ending for Jared, and that hope that Farigiraf would bring up the Trick Room has not happened for Jared here. So still a commanding situation to be in for Peter here.
Looking comfy as just sitting there, doing what he does best, winning games.
Our trainers again taking their time. They've gone down to roughly half of their your time each so far into this match. So playing it slowly and deliberately to make sure they get to where they need to be here.
I was about to just straight up just accuse Jared of stalling, but the timers are actually quite even.
Extreme speed from the Arcanine taking out the Sylveon, and Jared now relying on a lone fish.
That's a big button, but it's not enough.
It is a big button, but it is not a big enough button. Recoil and chip from the Life Orb. Farigiraf activating.
We snacking and making squares at the same time.
So now we do go slow. I would imagine Peter has a has a King Gambit in the back.
Yeah.
This becoming potentially a very one-sided affair late game.
Yeah. So no matter what happens here, Sucker Punch is definitely going to finish it. Should it enter the field?
Yeah.
Players probably just thinking about how they want to adjust, but looking pretty cleaned up at this point.
Yeah, well, the Hisuian Arcanine as well, plenty of capability of dropping damage onto this Basculegion. And Psychic would do significant damage to Basculegion from here as well. As it does, taking roughly half of its remaining HP.
Going down to, oh no, not to recall, still pretty chipped.
Very chipped indeed. So recoil and chip from Life Orb.
Oh. And Head Smash does not miss.
Head Smash does not miss from the Arcanine. And we see Peter Vows taking a very clean 2-0 victory against Jared Clapham, the darling of the event so far. We've enjoyed seeing him on stream, but we we get ready now for our final match. Peter Vows versus Kieran Singh. A match that you probably could have guessed.
Matchup.
It's a very good potential matchup. What we're going to do, we're going to cut to a quick break, come back, we're going to chat to Jared about his final match of the Invitational, and we are going to prepare for the final match of Peter Vows versus Kieran Singh.
Welcome back to the O2 Invitational Tournament. I'm here with Jared.
Hello.
Unfortunately, didn't get to make it to the next round. But incredible performance. I've loved the beams.
Thank you.
Yeah, how'd you feel going into that match?
Pretty drained, honestly. Like, the only two... Joel, what are you doing? The only two people who, in the tournament so far, I haven't gotten to face, other than Takumi, I guess, was Kieran and Alistair. Pete was my only loss during Swiss, so I was a little bit kind of deflated to see him again. His team honestly feels like a bit of a puzzle box to try and solve for mine. Like,
Yes.
the prio denial plus the Raichu outspeeding most of my stuff, my three main sweepers all being weak to it. It's a bit of a rough matchup. So it's yeah.
Yeah. I know one thing me and Joel were talking about was the idea of maybe having the citrus instead of the Culver. It looked like you just couldn't get Trick Room up and
Yeah,
let your
Citrus
slow
would've-
ones do what they want to do.
Citrus would have done that in this particular matchup. Yeah,
Although I do think Culver's a good shout in such a heavy King Gambit meta.
yeah, I think so.
yeah.
It lets me get up like Trick Room guaranteed against sort of like people lead their two things that can one shot for Rig. Then it's sort of like it's a bit of a band-aid to patch the fact that I've got no redirection on the team. So, but yeah. Now props to Pete. It's a good team and he pilots it well.
Yeah. Nah, super strong. Are there any extra shout outs you'd like to make regarding?
Yeah, shout outs thanks to Mark who helped me put this team together. The original idea that I had was like Hyper Beam Sylveon and then Blast Burn Zard, Hydro Cannon Stoice, and Frenzied Plant Mega Venusaur. So I'd have the Megas of all three Gen 1 starters to go with the combo moves, but the Venusaur ended up being just a little bit too bad, so Mark helped me find...
The good moral support Toad. you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
He's there.
It's good. So thanks to Mark for helping me find those two extra mons, which I immediately beat him with in round 1. The Basque Legion.
But it's not all for nothing, though. You do walk away with a little something today. $50 prize, if I stay corrected. I have the memory of a goldfish, so
Right on.
correct me on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so congratulations, Jared.
Cheers.
I don't know how many people knew you were going to make top 4, but I'm
No.
happy to see you make it. I
Cheers.
think the
I'm happy to
4
be
beam
here.
team was just incredible. I had nothing to add to commentary other than when's Jared going to click the beam. But, that was great. I'm here for it, and thanks
Yeah.
for bringing such a cool team.
Cheers. Pleasure. I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Thanks
Yeah.
very much.
Thanks for having us.
Welcome back, viewers. We are here for the final of the O2 Drop Invitational, Chris.
It's here.
Our third and final time together today on commentary. How's the day been for you?
Look, I'm just personally happy I fit into this suit, to be honest.
I mean, same.
Epic purple guy is back.
In case you didn't
It's
know,
been a while.
the Manjaro Bros. We have got here because of Big Pharma. No, I'm not going to Alex Jones the stream. We're here to talk about the final match that we have coming. Peter Vowles versus Kieran Singh. What a match we are in for. We can see here, we have finally seen all of Peter Vowles' Pokemon
Yes.
come on to stream. Hisui and Arcanine doing
A lot of work.
so much work in those
So much
semi-finals.
work. And those head smashes were landing. It is only 80% accurate.
You could have fooled me with the way it performed
Exactly.
in that semi-finals, Chris. And of course, Kieran Singh running what has been deemed the pay-to-win 6.
Yeah, well-
and here he is.
You heard Alistair saying he's not a fan of the Big Six names, so we do need to come up with a better name for this Kieran 6. But yeah, look, Peter's... Honestly, if you told me that Peter's going to be in the final, he's a bit of a sleeper pick because I didn't see him that much in the 2025-2026 VGC season in Perth. I think he won a few events where, there was like other events on. I think when we were away at regionals or something, there was like a cup that he won with like, a low turnout. So I honestly had not been, predicting Peter to be in the final of the O2 Drop Invitational. But
Here he is.
I should never have counted him out. And like also shout out to Jared for getting top 4 and Alice for getting top 4, both taking away $50 prize money.
They are, yes.
And now these two are playing it out for $100 for second place, $200 for first place. Huge stakes.
Yes.
Who needs CP when you can have cash?
Absolutely.
Cold hard cash.
And just a quick shout out before we start looking at these teams in a little bit more detail. Shout out, of course, to Good Games Morley and Good Games North for allowing us this space to stream the O2 Drop Invitational. Check them out on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, I think is where they get a lot of action with their shorts.
Yeah,
some
they're very funny
great
bunch of people.
gaming-related shorts coming from Violet, Riley, and Aaron. Do check them out. We appreciate them giving us this space. But we have the finals here, Chris. We can see the Kieran Singh Big Six and the Peter Vowles team. What shall we... I mean, it's a Rye Raptor statue.
Sunflower versus statue.
Statue?
What's the moveset on Raichu?
Raichu
Is
is,
it that we
Zap
can get-
Cannon and Focus
okay.
Blast for this one.
Star Blast?
Star
Cannon?
Starburst, why not?
Zapraptor?
Zapraptor, I like it. Okay, Zapraptor.
Starzaptor?
Starzaptor.
Starzaptor.
Starzaptor versus Sunflower here. I mean, we know the quality player that Kieran Singh is.
He's pretty good, not going to lie. I mean, I've beat him before, obviously. But
He was in seniors at the time. But
look, my money is on Kieran. We actually were paired up in a multi-battle event a couple of years back as Team No Skill Issue and swept it. And ever since then, he's my boy. I'm Team Kieran all the way.
Tim Kieran away. Look, Peter, as you said before, somewhat come out of nowhere. He was only... What seed was Peter? 5th seed coming into this? No, second seed. Kieran was 5th seed. I just got the nod from production that Peter was in fact 2nd seed. So every time he came to an event,
He did well.
Did very
I think he won
well.
a couple of cups, yeah.
so we do have 2 stars of the Perth community fighting it out for the final match. Shout out to one invitee who could not make it here today, Brendan Robeson, has sponsored the prize money for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. So shout out to you, Mr. Robeson.
Next year, we'll get you on.
We'll get you here again for sure.
Do you know what we need? We need, like they do in wrestling, like a championship belt.
I mean,
O2 Drop Invitational Heavyweight Champion, and just have them come in with like the belt over their shoulder, around their waist, and they could do that. Imagine.
look, this final match as well, we haven't really spoken about it at all, but there are Discord tags up for grabs for our Discord server, which you can get access to. If you haven't already, do check out the o2drop.com. It'll redirect you to our Buzzsprout page, where for $3 American per month, you can support events like this. the winners are fighting out for a first and second place tag in our server, which is the second highest tag anyone can have. The only tag that is higher is the admin tag, because it has to be.
Makes sense. So this was our second ever OT Drop Invitation. I was a competitor last round. We had a double elimination structure last year. I went O2 and bombed out.
Yes.
I can't even remember what I was cooking. It was something not good. Kieran was in the final against Tim last year. Kieran's defending champion.
Kieran is the defending champion of the O2
So he's
Drop
going
Invitational.
for back-to-back. This is his first ever title defense for the O2 Drop Invitation World Heavyweight
is.
Championship. Could Kieran Singh be a two-time O2 Drop Invitational champion, or is Peter Vowles here to ruin the day for Kieran?
I mean, it's a 50% chance, right? He either does or he doesn't. That's how it works. That's maths.
I guess. I mean, I think it's a bit. It can't really simplify it down to 50% chance. You got to tuck it into their winning history, their credentials, their team matchups. You know how does Star Zaptor pair into Sunflower?
How does it? I mean, look, both teams have weaknesses and, resists to both megas.
Yeah.
It's going to be positioning. It's going to be choosing which mega, playing the mind games. You know, if either one of these trainers gets the mind game right of which mega to bring, they could sweep.
Yeah, like Floette beats Star Raptor. Charizard loses to Mega Raichu, you'd think. Does Peter bring Raichu and just click Fake Out and not even actually Mega Evolve? We could see a base Raichu in the final here.
We could. Now, of course, we just saw it. For the first time that I'll comment on it, Kieran is flexing his champion tier title here.
Yeah, and Kieran is also getting a Defiant boost.
He is. Straight off the bat, we have a +1 King Gambit and Floette on Kieran's side of the field, and Arcanine and Staraptor on Peter's side of the field. So you'd have to, as we were just saying, mind game number one, it looks like Kieran has won that first one.
True, but the Arcanine is not actually overly threatened by King Gambit or Floette. Arcanine can probably one-shot both of Kieran's Pokemon. Obviously, the Staraptor's in a bit of problems with the Floette, but Staraptor, maybe there's some hard reads here. Does the Staraptor just launch a fighting attack into the King Gambit? Does the Floette go a Dazzling Gleam just to maximize the chances? Which Pokemon does the Arcanine target? There's so many choices. Is that why every turn in Pokemon's got almost like an infinite amount of decisions to make, really?
Absolutely.
So many variations, and we see just some safe play that protects turn one, scouting out. No Mega from Peter yet.
Oh, the Sucker Punch.
And the crit, +1 crit, that Focus Sash putting work in. Pulling its weight. Yeah.
And that Peter was targeting into the Floette slot.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. So we saw Kieran mega his Floette on the previous turn, and Peter opted to just protect and keep Staraptor there.
Yeah, I wonder how much damage Extreme Speed does to Floette. It wouldn't pick up the KO, but it would do a big chunk. But otherwise, it'd be, Sucker Punch, a real threat here. E-Speed would cause the Sucker Punch to fail.
It would. So here we now do on turn 2, see Staraptor activate its Mega, giving itself the contrary ability. We know that the King Gambit on Kieran's side is a Truffleberry.
Mm-hmm.
So we do see that extreme speed. Significant damage, a third of the HP.
Third gone.
Of Floette gone. Truffleberry being activated by the Staraptor
and
close
this
combat.
+1 special defense.
And it gets the one-hit knockout through the Truffleberry.
And you've got to look at the base stats of a Mega Staraptor, plus the same type of attack bonus, plus 120 base attack of the close combat itself. It doesn't matter about that Truffleberry.
Well, and that Dazzling Gleam doing significant damage still to that Staraptor.
That contrary special defense boost actually saved that Staraptor then, because that was going down from that Dazzling Gleam otherwise.
Absolutely. So both of our trainers here getting a 1-for-1 trade-off, going to 3 Pokemon each. Who do you think has the upper hand here, Chris? You'd have to say...
I'll have to wait and see what they bring in next, because Floyd has the speed advantage here, but I just don't know. Farigiraf, okay, so there's no going to be...
Farigiraf and Whimsicott coming out.
We did see Peter click Trick Room on Farigiraf last game in top 4, and we've got Tailwind on Whimsicott. There's a bit of speed control mind games here. The more I play this game, the more I really Mega Staraptor as a design grows on me. Like the haircut, it actually is quite a cool design of a Pokemon Mega Staraptor.
It is, absolutely. So here we have some speed alteration mind games. Does Whimsicott click Tailwind? Does Farigiraf click Trick Room? We saw Staraptor move before the Floette, so Trick Room not an opportune thing for Peter here.
Unless you're predicting the Tailwind.
So there we get a Whimsicott going for the Protect here.
Yeah, does Staraptor just attack the Floette here? Okay, no. Because it worried about, obviously, Peter was worried about the Tailwind going up.
Just protects all the way around.
Is this going to be a free Trick Room?
Peter is going for the Trick Room here.
Okay, so Psychic from Farigiraf. How much HP is Floette's on 66%? Not directly threatened by the Farigiraf, but the Farigiraf can get some really important chip off here.
Yeah, but you'd have to believe that Peter is looking to retreat this Staraptor here. It has become one of the slowest things on the field, if not the slowest thing on the field.
Is there a King Gambit in the back for Peter?
There could be. I mean, fairly safe for this Floette to potentially just click Light of Ruin into that slot.
We do not see a Protect from Staraptor or a Switch. It's staying in. The crit. There have been so many crits today. Oh my gosh. Dazzling Gleam. So was Peter prepared to sack the Staraptor here to get maybe King Gambit in for free, undamaged in Trick Room?
We do know that Peter's, if he has King Gambit in the back, has access to Iron Head, which is going to be super effective damage into the two Pokemon of Kieran on the field currently, and Moonblast getting the special attack drop on the Farigiraf. Not the end of the world for Peter.
Could be relevant.
Not irrelevant either. And it is King Gambit, as we see. So Peter has opted for the free switch in of the King Gambit. A very interesting position we see ourselves in here now.
What do you think about my call from previously in the stream about this as an umbilical cord attached to Floette?
Yeah, absolutely. And
it's just a bit unsettling. If there's another reason you need to dislike Mega Floette.
I mean, I don't know if we can, is this a PG presentation? Maybe. Scientists have suggested that Floette looks like some anatomy pieces.
Oh, true. Maybe it's deliberate.
Maybe it is deliberate.
Maybe it's Maybelline. All right. Whimsicott with another Protect, really not wanting to commit anything here because the Trick Room is up. Double Protect. Scouting out that Iron Head, trying to chip away at those Trick Room turns, because King Gambit with Iron Head extremely threatening.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Kieran only has one Pokemon left in the back. I don't know.
You'd have to believe it's the Basculegion.
Yes, which does resist an Iron Head. So you could, if you wanted to, you could make a switch here, predicting which target is Peter's going for with the Iron Head.
We do have some big mind games coming in this turn, and here comes the switch I wanted to comment on. If this is Basculegion coming in, and if Peter has read that, and Kowtow cleaves...
Oh, he didn't read it, but maybe he doubled it with Psychic as well. It could be a Psychic into the same slot just to make sure of it.
And Psychic getting rid of the Whimsicott, so...
This is looking tough for Kieran.
A turn from Peter, which brings himself somewhat level. I believe we have one turn of Trick Room remaining at the end of this turn.
Both Basculegion and Floette have Protect. So you likely see a double Protect here to end Trick Room. However, there's still Sucker Punch in play as well, don't forget. For the following turn, even when Trick Room's not up.
Sucker Punch absolutely would pick up the Basculegion from this range. And Farigiraf, we know, has been reduced in its special attack thanks to that earlier Moonblast. So Kieran opting to protect the Basculegion. I would imagine this Floette protecting as well to eat up what I believe is the final turn of Trick Room.
I'm wondering what the play is here. Do you try and double protect the Basque just so that Sucker Punch fails, and then just get a huge amount of chip and try and get Floette to knock out the King Gambit this turn with a Light of Ruin or something like that. Like, would you try and double protect just so that you can make the Sucker Punch fail, just to try and avoid any chip on the Basculegion this turn?
It is absolutely the mind game going on for these trainers currently. Sucker Punch mind games at the end of a game are always very difficult for both trainers to navigate. We know a Sucker Punch will pick up Basculegion, and the Sucker Punch going ahead.
Didn't go for the...
Peter winning that individual mind game on this turn. Let's see what this Floette has opted to do. A Moonblast into the Farigiraf.
Well, yeah, look, maybe...
This final...
There was a hard read there. I would have just clicked... Honestly, I would have tried to Light of Ruin that for King Gam and as much damage to it as possible, but...
And here comes the Light of Ruin. Let's see how much damage this does. It is a neutral hit, but it is boosted by Fairy Aura. Oh, and the big knockout from that Light of Ruin on the final turn of our game one gives Kiran Singh the early 1-0 lead here.
It was really close, though.
Where we see the champion tier trainer and the Lopunny admirer from Peter. Good work, Peter.
First of all, good work of being a Lopunny admirer. Massive Lopunny fan myself.
What a game one we were treated to in the finals there. Going both ways there throughout the game. Peter had a turn where he got the advantage. Kiran coming through and picking up the victory with the Light of Ruin. Of course, a very risky play. Light of Ruin is a 90% accurate move, and we have seen 90% accurate moves miss.
I wasn't 100% sure. I'm not a big six user myself. Wasn't 100% sure what the damage calc was for Light of Ruin on King Gam, but obviously Kieran was pretty confident with it. But with that, when he Sucker Punched that Basculegion, I thought, oh, Peter might have this. Then we saw Kieran prioritize the Farigiraf and remove that from the field with the Moonblast. Obviously, Kieran knew what he was doing.
He did. Surprising, I know.
He knew that 90% of the time that Light of Ruin was winning every time.
Absolutely. So here we go into our leads of game 2 of the final of the O2 Drop Invitational. Let's see what our trainers bring out. We do see, I believe this is the same lead as last game.
Yeah, we've got King Gambit Floette versus Hisuian Arcanine and Mega Staraptor potentially. Now, I just love Hisuian Arcanine as a design. Like Alistair Sandover and I were talking between rounds before about how much we think this is a great looking Pokemon. That majestic mane, that luxurious design. Look at it. It's a beautiful Pokemon.
It is a beautiful Pokemon. Unfortunately, Peter has once again given Kieran's King Gambit a +1 attack thanks to that Defiant boost.
You gotta stop doing that, Peter.
How do the players play this differently? So game 1, we saw Peter go for a very passive turn 1, protecting his Staraptor and trying to scout out some moves potentially.
Yeah, we've got to be careful because we saw that the +1 Sucker Punch against Arcanine last game brought Arcanine down to Sash. It was a crit, admittedly, but you just can't, especially when you've got Flare Blitz on Arcanine, you just don't really want to lose that Sash so quickly.
No, and Kieran opting to protect his King Gambit by retreating it and bringing out his Basculegion early into this game 2.
Interesting to see what Staraptor does here.
So Staraptor Megaring on turn 1 here, and Floette also.
Staraptor does have Tailwind. We haven't seen him click it, but it does have it. Could he have, done a sneaky Tailwind here turn 1? Potentially. Trying to get Arcanine to go first. No, straight close combat into the Ghost type. Oh no, that's gotta hurt.
This is gonna be a big dazzling gleam from Peter, knocking out that Staraptor in one hit.
I wonder, if you can EV a Mega Staraptor to live that, or is a Fairy or a Dazzling Gleam just too much damage?
The return Flare Blitz from the Arcanine doing significant damage to that Floette.
I'm surprised Peter didn't click Head Smash, to be honest. We've seen him swing wild with those Head Smashes in previous rounds. Head Smash might have got that.
Absolutely. So, Basculegion, very threatening in this position with Aqua Jet. Would absolutely pick up that Arcanine now that it's lost its Sash protection.
Yes,
and we have seen in the last game, this King Gambit goes down to a Light of Ruin.
It does.
A very difficult turn for Peter to navigate here.
Do you have to protect the Arcanine and Sucker Punch Basculegion? Does Kieran predict that and account for it? It is a really tough spot. Peter's already a Pokemon down. The Mega's gone.
The extreme speed picking up the Floette. I have to say, I didn't expect that to get it from that range.
Not even going for the Aqua Jet. And no Sucker Punch either. Just a wave crash. And you think then that the King Gambit has gone for a Kowtow cleave just to make sure that the attack goes off.
It's a big recoil and Life Orb chip onto that Basculegion. King Gambit now. Kowtow cleave into the Basculegion. We go to 2-2 apiece.
Yeah, they traded a lot of Pokemon that turn. And look, it's still, potentially anyone's game. It's 2v2 and they've both lost their Mega Pokemon. We see Kieran bring out his King Gambit. So there will be no Sucker Punch mind games from Kieran because of Peter's Farigiraf on the field.
Now, Kieran's King Gambit has access to low kick.
It does, and that has come up again previously in this tournament. He's opted for no protect, 4 attack King Gambit, and it will do a chunk of damage to Peter's King Gambit. Peter does have Choppleberry though.
The Moonblast from Whimsicott. So Kieran recognizing that he's potentially the fastest Pokemon on the field, going for that.
Doesn't get that special attack drop this time.
And he gets the one-hit knockout from the extremely effective low kick. This Farigiraf does not have anything that can hit
That's it.
the King Gambit. And we do see Kieran Singh becoming the O2 Drop Invitational Champion for a second year in a row.
Two-time champion.
Two-time
Who
champion.
is going to stop him?
Who is going to... Did he went in undefeated into the finals as well, didn't he?
Yeah. That is a 5-0 sweep of the O2 Drop Invitational. Now, I'm sure there are plenty of people in the stream right now. Shout out Dim the Sim VGC who's watching, who's barracking Kieran the Sing, as he called him in the stream chat. Your 2-time O2 Drop Invitational champion. Look, I don't know who's going to stop him. Not even Alistair came close.
Alistair came very close. Here we can see the path that these players took. So we can see Kieran Singh and Peter Vowles were both 3-0. So the most deserving players to make the finals did.
Yes.
I don't want to say
rose to the top.
I don't want to say unfortunately that the pay to win 6 has won this tournament, but Kieran is such a good pilot.
And he didn't even pay to win this event. This was an invitational, and he got paid to play Big Six.
Goodness, incredible performance by Kieran Singh, valuable co-host of the O2 Drop. Chris, I think we going to take just a minute or two to digest that and speak to the players of the final, get their take on it, get their thoughts on the event, and present the information. That they have new tags and a bunch of money that they've both won.
If you want a shot at the champ, make sure you get down to Perth Locals next season, get your CP, earn your invite to Drop Invitational. And look, maybe next year, do we get like an interstate or overseas guest, a special invite? We could have. So we need to bring in some threats to take Kieran off his throne, because we can't keep letting him get away with this. This is a 2-time champion now.
It is.
You can really do the three-peat. Oh.
Okay, we're going to take 2 minutes. We're going to speak to Peter and Kieran and wrap up the stream. Thank you to everyone tuning in so far. Before we do go, I want to shout out some very special help that we've had for this event. Thank you to Chris for coming to cast with me today. Thank you to Sebbie Widdeson for donning the hat, if you will, to assist with casting today. Yeah. Drax Cable, incredible individual, mainstay of the Pokemon VGC
went out
community.
Shopping and bought a referee shirt for today's stream. Yeah, I don't think you guys got to see it, but our judge is wearing an actual wrestling style black and white stripe referee shirt for the bit. So very funny, very
incredible. Cool. Shout out all the graphics today brought to you by Daniel Baguley, co-host of the O2 Drop, and production today run by AM Gaming 04 VGC. So shout out to everyone.
And shout out to yourself, Joel.
I do stuff apparently.
You do stuff as podcast editor and caster, panelist, the glue that holds the O2 Drop team together.
We try.
Yeah, so just to show that all of us behind the scenes, like those who can't play, cast, produce, and judge, really.
Absolutely. So, as I said, 2 minutes, we'll be back to talk to Peter and Kieran. Stick around to hear their thoughts on the final match of the O2 Drop Invitational. Welcome back, viewers. I'm joined by our runner-up of the O2 Drop Invitational 2026, Peter Vowers. Peter, valiant effort. Unfortunately, couldn't get there in the finals. What are your thoughts on that final match there?
Kieran's a very good player, I think is the is the conclusion to draw from that one. I kind of knew going into it, that turn one and the leads are very important to get right. And I played a lot of Big Six before, but I was telling Kieran right before, it kind of relies on my opponent not being very good at the game for my strategy to work, and that wasn't true in this instance. So yeah, I got kind of both. I think turn one protected Staraptor and float protected the same turn, and then I close combated into a ghost type.
Yes.
Switching in the game too. So yeah, I was behind basically the entire time, and against Kieran, he knows how to keep that lead and to take it out all the way to the win.
Were you predicting a switch in to the Basque Legion in that turn? Was it something on your mind, or was it just we have the opportunity to get rid of the King Gambit in this moment?
My logic was he didn't do it last game. So
Why would he do it this game? Yeah.
I thought if anything was coming in, it might have been the Whimsicott because he wanted to get that speed control. Especially if he thinks my Tailwind's going up that turn.
Yeah.
Actually, it was in the back of my mind, but I didn't think it was coming in that early. As it turns out, it did, and I basically lost on the spot.
Yeah.
But pretty happy with how I played. Obviously, I think Kieran just fair and square got the better of me.
Now you came in as top seed into the finals. You versed Jared. We didn't speak to you after your semi-final. How was your semi-final match from your perspective with Jared? You did 2-0 him. It seemed fairly comfortable from a commentary perspective. How did that round feel for you?
So we played in round 2 of Swiss. So I'd already figured out my strategy was actually pretty good. The only thing I was scared of was Whimsicott Charizard, and of course that's what he does both games. So, or in game 1 of that game, I was able to. I can't remember. I remember I switched in Arcanine and he didn't protect his Charizard well enough, so I was able to scrape the win there. But once I realized he figured that was probably his only out, I just led the Arcanine, and it was a lot more comfortable from there. He did say going into the end of game 2, if I switched into my Farigiraf, he would forfeit on the spot. And then he didn't forfeit on the spot. And then
the mind games.
And then moment I leave the room, Kieran's like, "Oh, why'd you switch into Farigiraf?" There you go.
There you go.
But I was able to pull out the win. I was pretty far ahead already, so I was able to pull out the win.
Absolutely. So second place for the O2 Drop Invitational. You've netted yourself $100 today for your performance, so congratulations. And a shiny new tag will be given to you on the O2 Drop Discord server.
I'll be sure to actually use the O2 Drop Discord server so I can have a look.
Gotta have a look at that one. You are a subscriber, of course, so thank you for being that. Congratulations on your performance today. Unfortunately, you couldn't quite get that final match, but valiant effort throughout the whole day. As we said, first seed going into finals and a very clean semi-final that you played. So congratulations. How does what are you looking to do for the 2027 season? Is it going to be a competitive season for you or a more local-based season?
It's going to be largely dependent on where the World Championships, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
I'm not too keen on going back to the US. So yeah, I really want to go to Sydney. I haven't been in a few years, so it would be a nice excuse to go back there.
Nice.
But otherwise, yeah, it's going to be largely dependent on where the actual World Championships is.
And let's hope it's somewhere just a little bit different to where it's been in the last 2 years. We'd like to see some global variation there.
Look, if Perth's lost their regional, it must be because Worlds is coming here, right?
That can be the only reason.
It's the only possibility.
Perth Worlds 2027. You heard it here first. Thank you again, Peter. Thank you so much for talking to us today. Thank you for coming out, and congratulations on your performance. We're going to cut to a very short break, and we'll be back to talk to the winner of the O2 Drop Invitational, Kieran Singh.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with two-time O2 Drop Invitational champion, Kieran the Sing.
Did Tim tell you to say that? Of course he did.
How's it feel?
Feels good. Yeah, I'm happy I won and defended my title.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As I was saying to Joel, we're going to need to get like a wrestling style belt, like a championship belt, so you can like walk in with the swag, like defend the
O2
title.
Drop belt.
Yeah. So look, congratulations, $200. My only question there is it going on red or black?
What was the one that I did last time? There's been a lot of controversy about the color that I put it on last time. I think I would have to say red. Yeah, okay. This time it's gonna be red.
$200
and it's gonna
red.
hit this time.
Third time's a charm. So let's talk us through the final battle there. So it was a 2-0 clean victory. It did look like you had once you got the advantage, the Pokemon advantage, you never really relented, never really gave a Peter away back in the game. You did sort of had potentially better leads as well. Like, how did you feel going in? Were you confident from the first turn?
Yeah, I had played that team on ladder, which I assume was Kimu, who's the creator of the team. So I had some, and I also played my friend Chevsky in the matchup because I was helping him with Big Six, and so I had some experience playing it. So I kind of understand that it's favored for me in the sense that there's a lot of flips, and I kind of just need to get one big flip correct to win the game. And so that's what happened in game 2. I got the turn 1 perfect. He protected the Raptor in game 1. I just called that he wouldn't do it again and would rip the CC. But even if he CCs in game 1, which looks like it's bad for me because I get the sucker off on Arcanine, I can bring in Wims and kind of go from there. So it's a favored matchup. I just need to save resources to kill the Farig in the end game, so he can't sweep me under Trick Room because I don't have any slow Pokemon to get out of Trick Room. But game 1 was very close. I had to call if he was gonna Iron Head or Kowtow my Bass Switch, and then if he was gonna protect Farig and Sucker Punch when I Moon Blasted it, but ended up getting it right. So happy about that.
Does the Floette live a Brave Bird from?
He had dual wing beat, and yeah, it lives a Brave Bird anyway, but nice. Yeah, it lives dual wing beat.
You actually, in one of your winner interviews this tournament, you mentioned that something in your team had a bit of a spicy spread. Did you want to share it now?
The Basque had a lot of defense, I'll say that. And that is why in game 2, I didn't Aqua Jet the Arcanine and I clicked Wave Crash, so you can kind of read between the lines there.
Okay, so yeah, so it might have sacrificed some offensive prowess.
Oh, it's killing everything anyway. It's killing everything anyway. More speed that's being sacrificed. Yeah.
Fair. So this team obviously worked very well for you. It's worked for a lot of people because it is the pay to win Big Six Charizard Y Mega Floette team. You are competing at Worlds this year in San Francisco. Good luck for that. Obviously, we'll be rooting for you. But have you found your Worlds team yet? Is it still changing every day? Are you still trying new things? How prepared for Worlds are you?
I think I'm pretty prepared for Worlds in terms of where my play's at and the experience I have in the format. I haven't fully decided what I want to use at Worlds, but yeah, still trying to not use Big Six at Worlds, to be honest.
Trying not to.
It might not be possible, unfortunately.
Not be possible in what way? Is it not?
It's just too good, and nothing beats it. So it's just, but I just don't want to play a team that is that flippy at Worlds because it's the expected return variance is a lot higher.
You do worry though. There are some obviously the best players in the world I follow for Worlds, and what sort of evil things they're cooking up.
Yeah, that's also so true. People have motivation to hide if they've built. So I'm sure there's so many there's a lot of groups that are hiding their teams that potentially beat Big Six. That's the matchup to target. So yeah, that's also a factor to keep in mind.
Do you have any shout outs you want to make for any players that are helping you prepare for Worlds? Is there any anyone in your team building group you want to give a shout out to? Yeah,
I'll shout out all my we have a nice Worlds prep group. I'll shout out Lewis, Owie, Dim the Sim, Chevsky, who else? Andy, Toby. Definitely forgetting someone. Who am I forgetting? Okay, shout out to everyone.
Shout out to everyone he forgot.
And shout out Ben as well, the talking dog. He's been very influential for me.
Yeah.
Look,
as I said, again, congratulations. It's good to have you win an event with in a proper venue this time. Last year, you defeated in the final. You won the Drop Invitational in my lounge room.
Yeah, that was
at my house.
That was a nicer location to play at, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. The decor is nice.
Okay, well there we go. Maybe for the third invitation.
I thought we were going to
My
your house
house.
for finals. Yeah,
Look,
I was a bit disappointed. It's playing a dark room.
Sorry, we'll get you set up next year. You can have the title belt. We have it at my house. Obviously, I got a lovely wine cabinet there as well, which comes in handy.
Oh, I just read the chat. I forgot to shout out Map Master 2010. Thank you, Lewis, for reminding me.
What's it going to take to beat you? Two-time champion. Like, we really need. I think the rest of Perth, we need to get together here, collaborate. Let's take Kieran down.
Yeah, you need to.
We can't let him get away with this.
You guys
again.
need to.
Yeah.
Do it.
All right.
See what happens.
All right. That's all we've got time for. Look, thank you so much to everybody who put in hours of time, of the casters, the production team, the people who did the graphics, the people who did the judging, the host, Good Game Morley and Good Game North that let us use the venue. Shout out to Domino's who brought us pizza for lunch. Shout out to all the players. Even shout out to Brendan Robeson who donated prize money. Shout out to everybody. It's an amazing event. I'm really, really glad that we could put this together. It's been really, really fun casting your games, Kieran, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
And I hope you gamble, appropriately, gamble wisely.
We don't promote gambling. I'm not going to gamble the money, guys. I'm not going to gamble.
He's going to
the money.
invest it.
I'm going to invest it on the roulette table instead. Yeah.
Invest it on the roulette table. Sounds like a great plan.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for watching, everyone on the stream. If you haven't already subscribed, please go ahead and subscribe to O2 Drop, or at least just go look up the O2 Drop podcast, have a listen. We have a lot of fun, and every now and then we talk about Pokemon too. So, yeah, it'd be great to see you there. Thanks very much for watching.
Thanks, guys.